All right, hello everyone. Good morning. Welcome back to the show. I'm your charming, self-proclaimed yet still humble host, Mukluk. Today we are back in the wonderful world of Guild Wars 2, which is Tyria. By the way, did you know that? Hello there. Let's see. Clarius says, "Okay, I just finished Jantier 1. What was that ending? I didn't understand it." 2. Why did they remove swapping pets when merged soul beasts? As far as the ending for Jantier, I mean they. When you say I finished Jantier 1, do you just mean you finished the first patch, or do you mean you finished the whole thing? And that's just the first thing you have to say. My neighbor's mowing their lawn. Sorry if you hear that. As far as the ending, I mean, they kind of wrapped everything up nice and neat. As far as Soul Beast swapping pets, you changed your talents. That's your fault. So, let me go in here for a second. Swap to Soul Beast. Right here. You can swap pets while merged. So you probably had this talent, and then you got rid of this talent, and now you're mad you don't have that talent. That's on you. Good afternoon, Muck and everyone. Hello, Bonky the Bonk. Welcome. Eric says, had a dream about having a cup of coffee, and then I woke up. That must have been a strong cup of coffee. So Tori says, Woot listening at work recently, just got back into Guild Wars 2. Welcome back to Guild Wars 2, Tori. Let us know if you have any questions. Hello. Let's see. That's one way to say skill issue properly. Yeah. Why is raiding dead? I don't know. I don't know that the raid scene is dead. I know I used to do raids. I don't do them much anymore just because I don't have the energy to, you know, try to get together people that are, you know, that coordinated at this point. So I often just do like strikes or convergences these days, just because, and it's not because like I've lost the ability to do raids, it's just because I am tired of trying to wrangle together 10 people that can be coordinated. Let's see, on here and here. I want to start doing, I want to start raiding, but afraid to start any recs of where to start. Yeah, hang on a second. Let's see. So there is a link I just put in the chat, and that opens up the raid guide section of my website. We're just going to close the little Twitch player here. So right here is Introduction to Raiding. This has a video I made that'll, you know, teach you the basics that you need to know. And then there is a link for every single boss in every single raid. So you click on any of these, and it will immediately go to the video for that boss, which is, they're all just a couple of minutes long. And it will tell you what to do very quickly. So just watch the intro to raiding, get a build ready, and then keep that link ready. And then when you're going to start raiding, and the group tells you what boss you're going to, just watch the video that summarizes that boss. To clarify, let's see, if I get my Skyscale with Soto, then it can still help me map clear. It just won't have certain skills. That is correct. The Soto Skyscale, here, hold on a second. Where is Masteries? Alright, Secrets of the Obscure Flight Training. So here's some stuff for your Skyscale. And then Path of Fire Skyscale. Here's some stuff for your Skyscale. So eventually you want to do both so that you get all the skills unlocked. But it's not a rush. You could just do one and be fine like that for a very long time. However, certain legendaries, I think Vision requires you to have a Skyscale in the Path of Fire method. But the Skyscale method is much faster, so like if you're doing it these days, I would say, you know, get Skyscale using the Soto method, then do the Path of Fire method second, because it takes longer. Really love Ranger, he's my favorite. I played a lot of Guild Wars 2 solo, it's time to do social content. Nice. If you get both, you get some extra stuff, but it's very minor. Yeah. Like I said, some things, though, like, there's a Cryptus Skyscale skin, but you have to get the Soto Skyscale in order to get it. There is the, legendary accessory Vision, but requires you to have the Path of Fire Skyscale to get that, so they both open
Daddy
up
Muck, what are your thoughts on Untamed changes in the June 24th balance patch?
I'm trying to remember what those changes were. Hang on, let me see if I can find the patch notes. Give me a minute. Where's the patch notes? I'm having trouble finding them. Hang on a second. I'm going to their blog post right now. Quality of life change? No, that's not it. My sub message didn't play. What did you do? What did you do? Alright, hold on. I'm trying to find the link to the upcoming class balance notes. Oh, wait. I know where I can find them. Hold on. Where is... Here it is. Okay. Let's see. June 24th, balance preview post. Here we go. Alright, what do we got here? Okay. Go down to Untamed. Alright, Untamed. Cleansing Unleashed. This trait now displays on the effect bar when it's not on cooldown. Restorative Strikes has been reworked and is now named Biorhythm. When you or your pet unleash, gain a stack of Biorhythm for every interval for a duration, granting a percentage of strike damage as healing. When you reach Biorhythm stack threshold, the next time you or your pet unleash, gain both bonuses from Vow of the Untamed. Okay, so Vow of the Untamed. Vow of the Untamed is this thing. And basically, you have 25% increased outgoing damage sometimes, and you have 25% less incoming damage sometimes. So if you have both bonuses, that's a 25% increased damage output and 25% less incoming damage. The thing is, this trait right here gives you 5% outgoing damage and 5% movement speed, and it stacks 5 times. So this right here is 25% increased damage and movement speed all the time when you're in PvE. So really the question for that biorhythm thing is going to be, what is the uptime on this? Like, how often can you keep this up for it to be competing with that? If it's not 100%, then no one's going to take it over Ferocious Symbiosis in PvE. So we'll see. We'll see. And that's honestly it. That's all the Untamed changes, is 2 traits. So, to the person who asked what I think about the Untamed changes, there ain't much of them, is my answer. There ain't much. Okay, what did Mnemonic say? Mnemonic says, since you didn't play Guild Wars 2 yesterday, I assumed, that's why, you quit forever. How come you're back to the game today? Because it's Tuesday, buddy. Every Tuesday's Guild Wars 2 day. You have too many masteries. I struggle hard getting all of them, especially the Central Tier. Yeah, the mastery system is a bit bloated at this point. You're not wrong. It takes a bit. When will the Legendary Backpack Guide be out roughly? It's going to be a bit. Noxxi just finished the Fractal Guide editing today. So we need to watch that and check it for any problems. And then, so I assume tomorrow morning she'll start on the Leggy Backpack video. And that's going to take a few days of editing. That's a big project. We'll see how long that one goes. Hi, chat and Muck. Hi, Velmore. How does Slormancer go? Will you continue playing it? Yes. It went well. It was fun. And I will play it more tomorrow morning, for sure. That was an enjoyable game. Why does the back become red? You can dye it. You can change it to any color you want. Hang on a sec. Wardrobe. No, not that. Dyes. Okay. Random. See? It has 4 dye channels. Also, the glider. Same thing. So, right now it's red because I made it red. On this gear set. Alright. Next one. Lucas says, hi, I've been watching your videos on YouTube. Started the game 2 days ago. You helped a lot. Still so much to learn, though. Hey, welcome to the community, Lucas. If you have any questions, you're welcome to ask here, or we have a questions channel on our Discord where you can drop anything. Otherwise, hope you enjoy it. I assume the other Leggy backpacks didn't get dye channels? I don't think so, no. I think all the other Leggy backpacks were implemented in the game before dye channels on backpacks existed, so I don't think they have them.
Praise Joko!
Praise Joko. Deposit all that stuff. Alright, last guild hall. Big PoE 1 changes in the patch next week. We'd be checking it out even off stream. Maybe off stream. I love PoE. I have a few thousand hours in it. I have made some guides on it. Exclamation PoE guides, if you care. However, there's so many games we're currently in the middle of and I'm interested in. I would rather explore those than play PoE for the 30th time. You know? So I might mess with it off stream. One question, are those Crichton weapons bought with karma worth it? I don't know what ones you're talking about. I will say, if it is a upgrade to you, and like it's got better stats, and you can afford it, the answer is almost always yes. But if it is like, if it's just like the graphic, then it's just a matter of, do you think it's hot? That's often the reason people make legendaries. Like, do you think that's actually? Yes? Okay, it's worth it. You know, and then that's it. Not much more to it than that. Gobbler. Alright, I need these. Grab that. That. And that. I'm asking because I don't know if karma will be a resource I have to use later on. Oh, understood. Okay, so Lucas, your karma is stored in your wallet, so any characters you play will have access to the same pool of karma, and just about anything you do in the game that's an event or a heart will generate karma. So you will get a lot of it. Now, like I, for example, have played the game for 10 years, and I have got 16 million karma. Like, I've got more than I could possibly ever use up. But it will build up. And yeah, it's possible to drain it out, especially when you're first starting out. So, definitely just buy the things you want, but don't get, you know, anything and everything, because you want to have something. Okay, let's see here. So, let's go to this and then sell junk. We got a bit of that. Squish that. Okay, and now going to my characters that are parked at treasure chests. My wallet got destroyed by the new backpack. Mine took a pretty big dent. Mahuya says, I could use 16 million karma. If you're an experienced player, a couple tips I can give is to get the there's the buff in the guild hall that increases karma gain, or the enrichment for your amulet that increases karma gain. Either of those just give you a passive increase to your karma income until you turn them off. Been playing on and off for 5 years, I think, evidenced by my lack of Skyscale, but it's great to come back, down to come back to. Nice! I had to solo Ascolian Catacombs since I couldn't find folks in LFG. Dungeons are definitely done less these days because they were largely replaced by the Fractal system. So that doesn't surprise me. Like, dungeon groups are not unheard of, but yeah, a lot of people that loved 5-man instance content, they do fractals instead of dungeons these days. Is the one-button Guardian still viable? I assume you mean the Hammer Guardian. And as far as I know, the answer is yes. If we had good loot on dungeons, it might be popular. Yeah, that's the thing is right now, if you compare a dungeon to a fractal takes less time to complete it, and it pays many times more. So people just find fractals to be more worth their time. If they change that, then that might change. Boop, boop. You could wait for Dungeon Rush. I was doing it for the backpack. Oh, yeah, yeah. Ascalonian Catacombs. What is it? Explorable mode. You have to do it 5 times to be allowed to purchase a thingy for the backpack. Yep. The mobs are also too soft with 5 people. Well, yeah. Power creep is a very real thing. We're doing levels of damage in the game that were unheard of back when they made those dungeons. Do you think they will improve the rewards in dungeons? I'm not sure. You know, there's the whole joke about, you know, them not wanting to touch the code from like 10 years ago because, you know, that was written in like a whole different time period. Would the dungeons be considered part of the spaghetti code? If so, they might want to touch that as little as possible. I don't know. Because the dungeons in the game were there at the beginning. Looking at their balance notes, they want max golem bench to be around 43 to 45, which is still insane. Look at the Gorseval raid boss. Gorseval, if everyone is doing more than 20, you skip phases. That was unheard of when he came out. If, like, honestly, I would think it'd be kind of insane if they're happy with everyone doing 45. But the problem is they've made some fights where you need to be pushing insane numbers, like Legendary Challenge Mode Ceres. And then there's other fights where if everyone's doing more than 20, the boss just breaks, like Gorseval. So it's just like, the fights made in one time period have very different expectations than the fights they made in a different time period. Who knows how many Black Citadels could pop up if they touch the dungeon code? I understand that reference. Alright, Beavis. Combs. Honey. And rewind. Alright. Mark, the name of places when you appear in enter an instance, is that Bloodshed? Yeah, it's this module that I'm linking you right now. Gorseval, a lot of groups have, I've seen do fast, which was a bit surprising to me. People take benchmarks too serious and they don't matter 90% of the game. Yeah, like I said, if you've got a group, dude, honestly, if your whole group knows what they're doing, and all the DPS in the group are doing more than 10k, you can clear nearly every raid boss. 20k, you're skipping phases. 30 to 40k, you're humiliating the raid bosses, with the exception of the Legendary Challenge Mode ones. Those were designed for people to be basically breaking the game in every way possible, and then see what you can do. You could park your B jumping puzzle tune at the new jumping puzzle for the same rewards, right? The one at the end of Baba Nisos? The one there? I'm not sure if it's the same rewards or not. I haven't compared them. Raid has become speedrun? If you're with experienced people, yeah. But yeah, that's just because power creep has become more and more and more of a thing. Like there was, first, yeah, we didn't have quickness and alacrity, then we had quickness and alacrity, Those were huge. Then more elite specs came out. Relics were added that didn't used to exist. So it's like, it's not because of like they added new levels of gear, because that wasn't the thing. It was all this other stuff. Think both puzzles just give a runestone and small loot. So it would be faster to loot the runestone from a chest rather than do the whole bee thing, but it would take a lot of time to climb up the thing again. New stats, Viper had a big impact, yeah. Morning, MuklukYoutube. Good morning, Bluebell.
Nice day.
Let's see, get rid of that. Okay. Alright. What next? I have received the latest video project I had Noxxi working on, which is the new Fractal guide, chat. So, we got a few new folks here. I made a guide to, for, you know, anyone who needs it, on the new Fractal added to the game. And my wonderful editor, Noxxi, has been working on it, yesterday and today, and it should be ready to go. It's a pretty short video. It's just like 2 minutes long.
Hey, everyone.
So I'm already laughing. So I am going to watch it now, and the goal is to look for any problems that might need to be fixed in editing before it goes public. So let's see how it came out.
Mukluk Douglas Bartholomew Reginald Esquire IV here, and this is a guide to the Kinfall Fractal in Guild Wars 2. Now let's get to the point. Into the Fractal, turn into bears. If you hate being a bear, you could talk to the device left of the doorway to change your graphic back to normal. The whole zone is hit by cold damage every second. However, if you have life fire, the circle around you at the start, you are protected from this. Open the first door, start fighting your way through Sons of Svanir. There's only one path, so it is pretty straightforward. You'll periodically reach a blocked door or passage, and you interact with an item next to it to sacrifice one person's life fire to clear the path. People who lose that life fire need to stay near others in order to stay protected from the constant cold damage. After a few rooms, you will hit one with a champion Ice Brood Goliath. I recommend focusing down all the other small mobs in the room first, otherwise they will pelt you with damage during your fight with it. He is pretty straightforward, just get his hit points to 0. Eventually, you will reach a final door that
She added a bonk SFX for every swing of his arm. God dang.
requires the last 2 life fires in the party to open. After stepping through, you will be in a boss room and 2 random people will have their life fire again. Final boss abilities. Red areas are bad. You will frequently see small circles with up arrows that will launch you into the air. If you respond quickly, you can get out of them in time to avoid this. The boss will periodically do one of 2 different shock waves. One that is on the ground. When this one is about to happen, you can purposefully run into one of the small circles to launch yourself into the air to avoid the damage. The other shockwave charges above his head. When it is about to finish casting, a circle will spawn under you and attempt to launch you up into it. So when you see the boss charging the airborne explosion, be ready to dodge out of a small circle that is about to appear directly under you. These shockwaves are the largest source of damage on the fight. Around 70, 50, and 20% of the boss's health, there will be a break bar. After breaking it, the life fires may randomly move to other players. Remember that you need to be in them to avoid the constant cold damage. Everything else is just red areas are bad. Now you know how to clear the Kinfall Fractal. You're welcome. Click these links.
Do we have any outtakes to this one? I think that's it. I'm pretty happy with that. I don't think there were any typos or anything. I didn't pay close enough attention to that. Hang on a sec. So what I'm going to do right now, go back through real quick. We're just looking for text. Because if we make a single typo, you better believe the internet will point it out 500 times, right? So I'm just looking for any more text that Noxxi put on screen, and I'm just going to pause and just look at it with a critical eye and see if there is any other issues with it. I think the champion is only on tier 4. You know, I've only done it on tier 4, so I'm not sure. It's possible. Let's see, it's a halfway. Are you a true... Let's see, hold on. When you see the pulsing on the ground, it is a ground shockwave. Okay. Everything... Looking good so far. Okay, I think it's fine. Holy, been a while since I heard your welcome, click these links in a new video. Yeah, it's the Get to the Point series does that. Are you a true introvert or a master mingler? Depends on the people I'm with. If I'm in a group with a group of people and I don't know anyone, and they're just like having their own conversation, I don't join in. I just sit there quietly in the corner. I don't say a word, you know? Like with you guys, it's easy because from my perspective, I'm alone in a room, you know? From Chip's perspective, I'm just insane and I'm talking to myself all day, right? So it's super easy. But yeah, it depends. It depends. All right, let me see if we can give up. So now we need to make a thumbnail for the Fractal Guide. Only Muck puts Monk in the corner? True. I pet the cat and leave. Yeah, I understand that reference. Next expansion announced in July from the sound of it? Yes. Yes. Okay, thumbnail template. All right, I have a get to the point template. I gotta find it. It has been a while. It's been a while. Let's see. Hold on. All right, get this open. Let's see, this is from yesterday, so get rid of that. And, oh, the thinking guy was not supposed to be in yesterday's thumbnail. That was an accident. All right, boop, boop. Okay, where is... Get to the point. I don't see it. Was that a different file? Oh, man. Hang on. There we go. Dead to Grail, Age of Wonders, 7 years. Age of Wonders. Show in File Manager. Get to the point template. That's probably it. Let's try that one. Ah, there we go. That's the last time I made it get to the point. Janthier Convergence. Okay. So, dude, what is that emote, Lodos? Cello what? That is horrifying. Oh my god. All right. So get rid of that. And let's see. Hide that for now. Muck ASMR. Yep. Let's see. What is that? That was just the Guild Wars logo. And that's the get to the point thing. Worse than this? They're both pretty bad. Those are both certainly some decisions. H5W says, hey Muck, first time I get to see you live after like a month of watching guides. New player here, your content's so good, thank you for all the help, man. You're very welcome. Thank you for enjoying my stuff. Keeps me in business. Welcome to the community. Muck's so smart, working, making us watch him while also working. Dude, real talk. I stream 55 hours a week. I used to keep me doing YouTube stuff completely separate from streaming. And I had so little time to do anything else, is the very real answer, right? Because it's like, I stream 55 hours a week, and then outside of that, I would do all the YouTube stuff. And then I would be, you know, like a husband and a father for 5 minutes, sleep for 2 minutes, and start the next stream. And then it's just like, I tried a series of streams, it was kind of a test, where I did, I used the work I needed to do for YouTube as like a stream to teach people. Which a lot of those are in the content creation thing here, like right here, content creator Q&As, making YouTube video class. This is when I was doing all my own editing. And it was so good. It was like, it freed up so much time for me. And it's just become a thing ever since. And I've slowly tricked you guys into accepting me working while on stream. And it's been great, honestly. Okay, GW2 Kinfall Fractal. Alright, so at this point, I need some kind of image for the Kinfall. Did they not have any artwork for this? Nah, I was trying to see... Okay, wait, Game Rant has a picture of a bear fighting a son of Svanir. Trying to find a piece of like official artwork for the Kinfall Fractal, but I don't know that they have any. Like, there's this dark room. There's this one. I mean, this is a decently quality image. They were the promo videos. This is okay. We could try that and see how that goes. Hang on a second. Yeah, that's a big picture. Okay, hang on. Could try that. And then just put Kinfall Fractal there. That's good, meh. Meh. So. Yeah, there's not... The whole place is dark and cloudy and blue. There's not any, like, great... There's this one. Teapot. Bears! Hang on, what was this one? Game Space. Yeah. So I could do this one with just the 3 bears. Oh, man.
Guys, look at me! I'm so curvy!
Gather a bunch of bear viewers in the icy map. 100% the one with the bears. I don't know. Hold on. I'll try it and you guys can see what it looks like. You think so? Oh my god. Alright. Hang on. We need to move this up to a higher layer. Alright. Animals sell. Yeah, cute animals. Cute animals sell. I don't know about these guys. Hang on a sec. Let me... duplicate layer. Alright, let's try this out. Alright, I need some text now. Do this. Alright, I want to make sure I spell this accurately. I think it's just Kinfall, one word. But I want to go confirm. So I'm going to run to the Fractal portal just to triple check myself before I make this thumbnail. Kinfall, one word. Okay, alright, we're good. We're good. Alright. And I'll just do all Kinfall Fractal. Kinfall Fractal, okay. 80... do like that for now. I could always warp it and make it better sized if I need to. Let's see. Oh, wrong layer. All right. And I'll do a shadow behind it in a second. Okay. And burp, 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 burp. Dull bears. Okay. And alpha to selection and select grow 15 pixel. Ah! Why? Why did that happen? What? Okay, let's redo this. Professional video maker, by the way. All right, deselect everything. Jesus. All right. Select grow by 15 pixels. All right. Let's do that. Just give it like a shadow behind it. All right, and then duplicate and merge that group. Okay, and then we can like stretch and warp this one as much as we want. Kinfall Fractal. Now, one thing to remember is when people look at thumbnails on YouTube, they might be like, you know, this big or this big when they're like on the main YouTube page. So it's important that the text is readable even when you shrink it down a bit. Muk, are you the longest running daily streamer as in not missing a day of streaming? I don't know. There's some content creators like Day 9, I think has done something every day, like a video or a stream for, you know, like over a decade, you know, like even before I got started. There are definitely others. I still do look up to Carnage a lot, but part of the reason I looked up to him was the streak, and he went 2,000 days in a row, and I'm way past that at this point. Now, unfortunately, my channel did not grow to the size of his channel in the 2,000 days I did. I think he kind of had a case of like, you know, Silicon Valley type thing. He was in the right place at the right time. He was there at like day one of Twitch. I was not. I wish I'd started earlier. But as far as like, do I have the record? I don't know. I do know there's this one gal, and this is alarming, that has streamed every day for a couple years, 24 hours a day. Like, she's got cameras all over her house like she's the Truman Show, other than the bathroom, obviously. And it's like, I don't even know how she, like, goes outside to, like, get groceries and stuff like that. So she's, like, 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, for a couple years. So, you know, she's got a different kind of stream streak going. Alright. I think you guys are right. I think the bears work okay for this. I had to shrink the text over here so this guy could peek over the top of it, but I think that's fine. So let's export that. And file name, Kinfall. Oh, caps lock is cruise control for cool. Kinfract. No, not Kinfract. Ah! Kinfall Fractal Guide. And there we go. Alright. Okay. And save this just in case I need it in the future. Close that. Save this template. Put your pointy hat on the far right bear. I could, yes. I didn't do anything like that for the other Get to the Point videos, so I don't think it's necessary. Like, the whole vibe with the Get to the Point ones is that it's like, it's a bit more serious, you know? It's just like, here's the facts, get in, get out, done. So it's alright. Usually the super silly thumbnails, the ones for like news videos that are out of date in like 24 hours. Why does it go on vacay? He just sends the family on vacay. Dude, my kid would rather stay home all time. My son wants to just wear his pajamas the entire summer vacation. But yeah, I like my house. All my cool things are here. Yeah, my idea of a vacation is just everybody else goes on vacation and I stay in the house. Yeah. Okay. So, alright, so what we've got now, this is the video uploaded to YouTube, which is currently called Our Kin Fell Into This Glacier Hole, Please Help .mp4, because my editor is silly. And we're going to get to the point. We're going to find an old Get to the Point video here. These are all the previous ones. And we are going to click one of these, and we're going to import everything about it, and then we're going to change it. Get to the fault. Get to the fault? What am I talking about? Get to the point. Kinfall Fractal Guide. Guild Wars 2. And upload file. Thumbnails. Okay, this folder is gargantuan. It always takes a minute to load, so we're gonna wait for a sec. Muck is abnormal. Most of Vacation Muck is a true Twitch addict. It's true. It's true. Yeah, when I'm talking to other people that are interested in content creation, like, I'm an open book. I do not recommend that people copy what I do as far as schedule, right? This is, like, let's say the streak breaks one day through something that I can't control. Maybe a medical emergency or something, right? After that, maybe I'll start taking Sundays off. But right now, it's been going so long, I kind of want to see how far I can take it, you know? But right now, you know, this is just kind of how it is. So yeah, you guys are stuck with me for now. But yeah, if I'm talking to, like, okay, for example, for growth, like, let's say you're trying to grow your channel, right? You're doing Twitch, you're doing YouTube, but you're trying to grow, and it's really difficult getting your kind of foot in the door. Streaming 55 hours a week instead of 40 doesn't help. It doesn't. But making another video can make you just blow up overnight. It's possible for videos to go viral, and then you get just a ton of traction, right? So if I'm talking to new creators and they're trying to decide like what to spend, you know, focus their energy on, I'll always be like, don't just stream. Twitch is a kingmaker system. When you go to Twitch and you look at like the Guild Wars 2 section, for example, it sorts by viewer count, high to low. So if you're past like the 10th or 20th, it's very less likely that people will scroll down and find you. So you need other things that point to your channel, such as YouTube videos or TikToks if you're good at short form content, things like that. YouTube Shorts, TikToks, any of that. But yeah, like me, I'm a weird one. But yeah, I definitely, if I'm talking to like younger creators, and by younger I just mean like their channel is younger, not their real age. I'll tell them that like I don't recommend copying that part. Let's see. GW2 guides. Did I have that's raid guides? Okay, no, forget that. I do need to. Did I add? Hang on, I need to check something. One sec. Now I'm wondering, did I add Ura, Greer, and Decima? Wait, what? Oh, I didn't keep up with my typing. Ura. Okay. Did this one get added to the Get to the Point raid guides? No, it didn't. Okay. Alright, 1 second here. Alright, I'm gonna fix that. Get to the point. Okay. Greer raid guide, Ura raid guide, Decima raid guide. Add to playlists. Get to the point raid guides. Save. Alright, that should do it. Okay. Alright. This one. Decima, Convergences, Janther Wilds. Don't know why those are there. Fractal, Kinfall. Okay. How long have you been streaming Guild Wars 2? I've been streaming for 7 years. I've been streaming Guild Wars 2 for maybe 6. Now, for the first couple of those years, I was streaming only Guild Wars 2, like, every single day. And I'll be honest, I got kind of burned out on it, so I had to cut back. And so now I do Guild Wars 2 every Tuesday, and then anytime there's a new content, I usually do it for like a week straight. Like, we just finished doing it like a week straight because of the Janther thing, and now it's Tuesday. On the other days, I try other things. Yesterday, we played the Slormancer, we played the demo for the game Dispatch, and we played Tainted Grail, Fall of Avalon. All of which were very fun. Okay. Alright, so that is done. And now we end the little cards at the end by the guy sitting on the jackal. And then we just double check that it worked. Okay, and... yeah, these are positioned to be like this, just to match this background scene. Alright, so that should be good. Okay, so now, you know what, I'm going to give you guys this as a sneak peek, if you fancy it. If not, that's cool. So that's in the chat. Description, I think, is off. Ah, right you are, yes. So this video, I imported the description from another video, which is normally they're all the same. However, that other video was one where I did my convergence video was also had a thing in the chat that promoted the written guide for convergences on Guild Gen, and Guild Gen's written guide was plugging my video guide. So we were doing cross promotion there. And yeah, so that top bit there needs to be replaced, so we're just going to do that. Oh, nope. And save. Okay. Good eye, thank you. Alright. So now... I'm gonna go over here. Hang on just a second. Let's see, where is... super early, is that it? Yeah, alright. Add notif. Put this here. And just putting, so usually when I completely finish a video, I just basically hand the link to Lady Luck and I tell her like release it on this day, and then she handles that. And so I'm doing that now. I put in super early access. Second early access tomorrow. Release after. Alright, there's a Hulk in front of you. Yes, there is. I've seen Hulk. Yeah. I've seen quite a few running around. Okay. And then, in case Guild Gen can use it, I'm going to send it to her as well. Alright. Of the 4 guides I intended to make related to the new content, 3 of them are done. The last one is the longest one, which is going to be the backpack. And let's see, the Wizard's Tome of the Portal Tome of Tomes came out yesterday, and then the the Gobbler guide came out today. We just finished preparing the Fractal guide, which is in early access now, and I just gave it to you guys, and that'll go public in a couple days. Whew. All right, cool. Got some stuff done. I can close all these tabs now, I think. I think we're done with that and that and that. All right, what's going on here? Give me Muck a coffee. Sure, this is for Arlen Raven. Put on the wizard hat. Right now? Fine. Hi, Muck Chat. Hi, Appley. Let's see, I actually had fun with Kinfall, unlike the last 3 Fractals. I kind of agree. Like, I did the other, what was it? The Silent Surf and Lonely Tower. I did those just a couple times each, and that's it. The other one's Sunquaw. I've done Sunquaw quite a few times, but it definitely, it's like, if I just take any old group and do Fractals, we'll get all the dailies and Rex done, we'll get Nightmare CM done. There's no guarantee that we'll get Sunquaw or Silent Surf or Lonely Tower done. Like, they might fail on those, so if I just take full randos. Let's see. I watch Muck so much, my girlfriend knows his voice. Oh boy. Does she know that she's the other woman? I saw a thing online once that it was in the Factorio subreddit, and someone said, I play Factorio so much that my wife calls Factorio the other woman. And people in the subreddit were like, judging by the hours you have on this game, your wife is the other woman. Okay. You don't seem quite yourself. Are you all right? I'm good. A little tired. I'm good. I'm good. Let's see. I'm trying to think here. Like, I think I'm just like a bit scatterbrained this morning. Let's try to think of what all we had to do. So we finished setting up the Fractal guide. I have finished preparing everything for the Legendary Backpack guide. That is currently in Noxxi's inbox, so Noxxi should start chewing on that project tomorrow. That is probably going to take Noxxi days to do. Like, I would say minimum that's going to take like 2 or 3 days. Possibly even more, depending on how hard she goes. I do tell Noxxi with Legendary guides, like, if you think taking more time on this will make the quality go up, then just do it and then just tell me. Because those guides get consulted by people sometimes 100 times. Lawnmower. Those guides get consulted by people sometimes 100 times, so the details are very important on those. Little guy now has his own coffee cup. He has a lot of accessories, yes. Let's see. Someone said toggle plus chip. Okay, there we go. It's gonna be more visible after the coffee thing. Do you have Orax already? Yeah, it's on my back right now. I don't really know if I like how it looks on Asura, but I do have it. So, here, hang on a sec. There we go. Nom 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 nom. Hey Muck, we're gonna go to find a good quality DPS build for Reaper, specifically one that uses Greatsword. It depends on the game mode. Do you want to be in PvP with it? World v World? PvE? Like, what do you have in mind? What do you have in mind? PvE? Then Snow Crows is a good one because of benchmarks. There's also Guild Gen with lots of different builds as well. So, like, hold on. I'm gonna give you a few URLs. Give me a second. Gen. Okay. That's one. And that's another. Those are both websites that I trust for builds. You could check those out. Let's see. I think Kinfall is good, and I think it's more like what I have been saying about the Dragon Response missions, where DRMs should be like how Fractals are, then Fractals should be like how DRMs are. He's trying to do 20 things at once. You know, Blue, the men can only do one thing at a time. I mean, I'm not even gonna argue that. I do like multitasking, but that doesn't mean I'm doing all those things well. You know, I eat like that. If I have a plate of food, I frequently will finish one item on the plate, and then the next item on the plate, and then the next item on the plate. And then my wife picks at me for it, and I'm just like, I don't know, it just feels natural to me. I don't want to go like back and forth and back and forth. There's a few exceptions, like if I'm having a burger and fries, I'll have like a bit of burger, bit of fries, bit of burger, bit of fries. But I often am like, I focus on like one thing at a time. Rifts are basically what I thought DRMs would be before DRMs were released. When they announced Rifts, I thought they were going to be like Rifts from the Rift MMO. So the Rifts that we got were nothing like what I expected. I'll eat the entire steak before I eat any of the sides. Okay, so you're kind of the same way as I am. I streamline it by putting the fries on my burger. You saved the perfect bite for last, though. Yes, yes. Dude, okay, there was one time... Alright, I taught my son the phrase, saving the best for last. And there was one time we were eating, and my wife had just cooked the meal, and she was in earshot. And I'm like, oh, you know, you haven't started on such and such yet. And he's like, yep, I'm saving the best for last. And my wife smiled, and he goes, and I'm eating the worst first. And then she's like, what? I was like, I didn't teach him that part. I didn't tell him to say that. I did not say eat the worst first. That makes it sound so much worse than what I said. That makes it sound infinitely worse than what I said. Like, there was no need to throw that in there. And it wasn't even something bad, right? It was just like, there was something he loved and something he liked but didn't love as much, you know? But he said eating the worst first, which just made it sound so backhanded. Like, oh my god, dude, you were gonna get us all killed. If the best is last, the first is worse, yes. Yeah, you could say that if you need it. There's a bunch of naked char dancing in Lion's Arch. They know what's in your search history. I'm in Lion's Arch, I don't see it. I'm on EU right now. I don't remember what server the Chocos are on. I'm not from the UK, but I'll try. My grammar sucks that way. Fishcat with Prime. Hey, Fishcat, thanks, buddy. Appreciate you. I went to grade school with a kid who mixed his entire lunch into his milk carton, mixed it up, and ate it together. I now eat my meals one at a time until the trauma of seeing that heals. Chacos are NA. Oh, thanks, Scout. Absolutely. Even in college, you have to go out of your way to learn how to write resumes and cover letters. It makes such a difference to know what people want in those materials. Yep. Yep. There's definitely quite a few life skills that you would think that, well, I don't know about the rest of the world, but American schools should teach before you're out on your own that they don't currently. Like how to do taxes. Maybe teach people before they leave to go become adults how to do taxes. Is multi-boxing from the same computer against the TOS? Okay, I'm gonna phrase this really carefully. The information I'm about to give you is from the last I checked it. I don't know if anything's changed, okay? Having multiple instances of the game open on your machine is not against the rules. However, if you press one button and multiple instances of the game respond to that button, that was against the rules. So like if you press 1 and you've got 3 necromancers that all press the 1 key, that's no good. But if you've got 2 guys logged in and like you tab into one of them, control that one for a second, tab into the other, control that one for a second, that's fine last I heard. There's nothing, you know, one button, one action, correct. That's fine last I heard. And I myself used to do that because I used to have multiple accounts that would use my home instance nodes from my main account. So I would invite them all to a party and get them into my home instance, and then I would have them farm it each day. And there was nothing wrong with that at that time. As always, if you want to be absolutely sure, they've got write-ups on their website about what they're okay with, but that is it as I knew it. To be honest, even the people who do taxes don't know how to do taxes. Oh, yeah. Let's see. We had something like that in the UK.
Hey,
no one paid attention, just messed around.
How are you today?
Hello, Bertree. Welcome. Okay. Let's see. We have got... Let's see. The stuff that I had on my agenda to do is done. Battle for Tyria? I might be too late for it. Let's go see. Let's go see if that's still going. Fractals? I'd be okay doing fractals. I'm gonna check this first, though, because I've already started porting over here. Tyria has been saved from the Mordrum. We did it! Nice job, everyone! Good job. We really pulled together on that one. That was close. Almost lost Billy in phase 2, but Sarah with the clutch heals. Let's go. Oh my goodness. A battle for the ages. I will remember this always. Tax in the US is weird. I talked with someone that tried to explain it to me and I was like, huh? Dude, I am a full-grown adult. I don't even get it. Like, when I was 18, 19, you know, I still lived with my parents and I had to do taxes and they helped me out with it. We used like the TurboTax software that tries to streamline it. And then ever since I got married, it's basically if I just keep like really good copies of all my paperwork, like, you know, like a good boy, and then I just give it to my wife once a year, she does the taxes for the two of us. So I'm, I'm lucky in more ways than one with her. So she's handled that for us for, decades now. Isn't there an app today that can help you with that? I assume TurboTax is the app. Why do Americans even need to do taxes and the government knows how much money you owe them? Because they arrest you and throw you in jail if you don't for tax evasion. There's a running joke where the person's like, the government's like, taxes. And the person's like, how much do I owe? And the government's like, secret. And they're like, how much do I pay? And the government's like, you decide. And the person's like, what if I decide wrong? And the government's like, jail, smiley face. And that's like half true. It's like half true. The government makes it complex on purpose. I don't know if that's true. I think it's like, you know, I think with any institution, you know, that like laws are made and then some jerk finds a loophole, so they have to add more laws, and then someone finds a loophole, so they have to add more, and then someone, and a few hundred years later, navigating this pile of freaking spaghetti is a nightmare. And it's because every time they added a law, it's because some jerk tried to do something crazy and they had to add another one, and now it's just a big messy pile. So yeah, it's like, what do you do at that point? You don't want to just like reboot the whole thing, because then you got the jerks that are trying to like circumvent the system again. I don't know. True gamers always find exploits.
Will you
That's
lead
right.
new metas so I can leech of Mukluk dancing, Mukluk dancing, Mukluk dancing?
We'll see. What time does it start? Someone asked about fractals also. New meta starts in like 10 minutes. Oh man, yeah. I mean, I guess we're gonna do the meta. We gotta do it when it's time. The fractals can wait, the meta can't. Imagine if you had monthly taxi overs too on the amount you make on you trade on the trading post. I mean, there is fees in Guild Wars 2 whenever you do a trade. And technically, when I like, okay, let's say I do a giveaway, and I'm like, all right, you know, I'm giving away $100 worth of gems, and I spend $100 on gems, they charge me $106, right? So I do get taxed on that. Maybe not in the way you're thinking, but I do. Feels like that happens in every MMO to keep and check money in the game. Well, yeah, every MMO, you know, monsters drop coins constantly, right? So coins keep appearing in the economy. You need things to get those coins out of the economy. Things like repair bills for items or desirable things from merchants, like thermocatalytic reagents. You know, things that you spend your coin on to, you give money to merchant, take item, and then those coins leave the economy. Stuff like that. You do need things that drain money out of the economy just as much as you have things that add money into the economy. Otherwise, it's just inflation, inflation, inflation. Don't worry, Europeans. U.S. pay taxes on everything: groceries, gas, houses, yearly property. Yep, and then we have to tip. Then we have to tip. Okay. Let's see. So this should happen. Hang on, I'm double checking. Yeah, it should happen in 6 minutes. Alright, alright. By request, I'm making a squad. Whoever asked me to do this better join fast before this fills up. Alright. The cooler meta, XX20. Alright. That's me. I'm in the group finder. I'm on EU. It's called the cooler meta. Join if you want to do the new meta and get legendary backpack mats. Do you have an EU account? No, it's the same account. I'm allowed to swap it back and forth a whole lot. As a partnered content creator, they've given me a few special privileges, and one is I can server swap a lot. Are the other two tags on your map also metagroups? I don't know. I'm not sure. I could swap to a different map, possibly. Hang on. Let me try... Is there anyone in my group that's on a different map? Join in Bavanisos. Alright, let me try this one. Hang on. Does this one have any tags? Okay, I think I am on a map now with no tags except my... No, never mind. One just appeared. It took a second to load in. Okay. Alright. Is anyone on a map with no tags currently that is in this squad? Let me know. Mandor Sergeant said, I think our tips at restaurants are like you get free glass of water tax. Hopefully you get good service. And if you don't, you better pay that waiter anyways because he'll be buffets. Well, yeah, the ethical way of doing it is the waiter would make enough money that even if they don't get tips, that they could still pay all their bills. Currently, because of the economy, that's not true. And so what that results in is if people don't get good tips, they feel like it's okay to just be like really, really mean to customers and stuff like that. So it's a weird thing that really just stems from the fact that they're not paid enough. Let's see. Does the Gift of Bavanisos unlocked in your collection achievement? Gift of the Unknown Nightmares, Gift of the Mistburned Isles. Hang on. Unknown. Okay. Yes, I have that, but it also doesn't matter because that achievement is not required to make the legendary. Why tip now when so many restaurants have started adding service charges to the bills? Again, it's stupid, and I can't speak for all restaurants, but the general thing is that doesn't go to the person who served you. It's stupid. The whole thing is dumb. I mean, like I said, the ethical thing would be if you work in a location that's got employees, like waiters or bartenders or anything like that, that you pay them enough that they can, pay all their bills and stuff like that. Like the original idea behind minimum wage is this is the amount that's required for them to be able to pay for clothes and food and home for that period of time. It no longer meets those requirements in most places, but it's just things have changed. Muck, in most tipped jobs in US, you don't even get standard minimum wage because they assume that you're making X% in tips to make your income at least minimum wage. Yeah, I've known some bartenders. I know that's true for the bartenders that I knew. I don't know for like all of them across the country, where they're like the actual amount of money that they would be paid from the bar was pittance. It was just like a couple of dollars an hour. But from tips, they made like crazy money from tips. Because tipping culture is very common with bartenders. Livia's patience runs out in 30 seconds. Do you have to pay taxes on tips in the US? I mean, depending on how you tip, you wouldn't have like a paper trail of it, right? Like if you just left a few bucks on the table for as a tip, then there's no paper trail for that. You wouldn't really record that. Oh, a few people saying yes. Okay, I don't know what I'm talking about. Ignore me. Tipping culture is so US. Europeans get confused by it. Dude, I'm US and I get confused by it, Reinhold. It ain't just you. Confront Livia. Where's Livia? Livia, where are you? There she is. Forgot she doesn't have a voice actor. Okay. Now we start the violence. Let's see. Character, yeah, that's already on load. That's fine. When I was a delivery driver, I didn't declare my cash tips. Oh my god, EMAC. Are you still on the run from the law? Jail, that's right, straight to jail. Do not pass go. Do not collect your delivery tips. Could you tell us what useful items should be in the shared inventory? Since the release of the Wizard Tome and the Gobbler, I have more slots. I don't know what to fill them with. Hang on a sec. AoE res that group. Alright, what's in my shared account slots? Copperfed, Salvage-O-Matic, Runecrafter, Salvage-O-Matic, Silverfed, Salvage-O-Matic, infinite access to Bank, infinite access to Blackline Trading Post, infinite access to Merchant, infinite Omni Potion for Fractals, Portal to Mistlock Sanctuary, my favorite town, Prototype Position Rewinder to do jumping puzzles, Endless Reinforcing Canisters, so I never have to do that, Wizard's Gobbler, the new thing, Infinite Birthday Cake, World Boss Portal Device, which I never use, Wizard's Portal Tome, which I just got, Portable Legion Way Stations for metas sometimes. Infinite Mystic Forge access. Teleport to Friends, which I almost never use. Never use. Oh god, they're all dying. Ah! You distracted me. You're working with the Cryptus. Let's see. He's got the Reinforcer, but doesn't use it. I've got the Reinforcer. It's supposed to be that if you click this once, it auto-uses it until the end of time. So, I clicked it once months ago, and it should be getting used, but I wasn't positive, so I clicked it again just now.
So the good counselor has volunteered to come along and sanction them. Isn't that right? Countess? Well, she knows the score. I am here out of respect for Mabon's memory.
Mutt can do a Kermit the Frog impersonation for me. Okay, I can imagine his voice, but what are some things that he would say? But that's none of my business. I don't know. I'm just imagining the meme with him drinking the tea.
Ah, yes, of course. Allow me.
For those of us with only one set of Legendary Gathering tools, but... You got Legendary Gathering tools? Yo, wait, share that knowledge with me. How do you get those? Keep them in shared inventory is a good idea. Just gotta train yourself to swap them when you change characters. That is true. Time to fight Gorsifals. Gorsifals.
Their souls were tethered, forged in wicked flame. Believe, this is the form of our vengeance.
It's just like Gorseval.
Magic is cascading from it. Avoid those shockwaves however you can.
Oh, should have aegis that one. Whoa, lag spike. Oh my.
I will end you.
Ah! You put me in the babbles. CC. Hold on, I need to get a new EMP. I lost mine. Oh, that's not right. He did that right under me without moving. Dude, I'm getting some major lag spikes. What is going on? Hang on, let's reduce how many people we're rendering even lower. Maybe the Norns are taking all my frames. What? Yo, I aegis that. It's on cooldown. Still got booped. What? You're a big fat phony, sir. I never play with sound on, so this is interesting to hear. That's okay. Livia doesn't play with sound on either. CC. I did an AoE res as well. Hopefully they get up and help. Nice. That time the Aegis worked. Block that one. Coming up on the last CC phase. Gonna AoE res these 3 people. Oh dang, and now there's a pile of 5. Alright, CC. Nice. That guy up real quick. Oh, I thought I dodged through that. Aegis. Nice, got that one in time. Nice.
Go, spirits. Suffer this place.
Oh, I just noticed something I've never seen before. There's a voice line in the chat from Lex Talion that says, what did we die for when he dies? But it, that one's not voice acted, which is really weird because all of his other lines are voice acted. Dark. Alright. Split between the 3 lanes. Look at dots on map. Try to split evenly. There is an achieve to do all 3 at least once. Chat, I'm getting poked in the head by something.
It's your imagination.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. He's stiffening up. I think he might want to. He might be not liking this. Okay. Hey, wait. Set him down. Get him away from my face. Get him away from my face. He is squirming.
No,
All right.
he's right there.
If he wants down, you gotta respect that. If
Yeah,
he's if
he
he
is down.
yeah, he is down. Yeah, he's down now. He's down now.
It's your fault. It was your fault for.
My fault for. I was just existing here.
You were talking and making loud, scary noises.
All right, that's just my face. It just does that.
So you're saying your face has loud, scary noises?
Yes.
Bye.
Bye. Okay. Okay. Muck's fault for having a face. I know. Chad, I try to teach Gabe that it's okay to, like, you know, pick up Chip and haul him around as long as he is okay with it. But if Chip has said that he's not interested, that he has to respect that. We're working on that. My orange will slap the crap out of you if you give him too much attention. Chip typically will just like if you walk toward him and reach down and he's okay with you picking him up, he just lets it happen. But if he's not okay with it, then he typically just, you know, he just pops evasion and it's impossible to pick him up. You just can't get him. Dude, what are all these stuns? When will your son start playing Guild Wars 2? My son already has a Skyscale. So, if any of you are like, man, this is too hard, please know that he finished his when he was like 9. He hasn't played Janthier much, because he just wasn't that interested in it, which is totally fine. He's really into some other games right now, as kids often do. But yeah, he's got a max level character. Yes. Oh, there you go. What race did he pick? He copied me. He made an Asura Ranger. Have you done Guild Wars 2 streams with him? Mm-hmm. There's some funny moment compilations on YouTube of him doing something crazy. I specifically remember one, we were at a strike and we were waiting on someone else to get there, and his ranger pet went in and attacked the boss and pulled it and killed everybody. And I was like, dude, you realize that was your pet? And he's like, no, it wasn't me. And I'm like, I have it on video. And he's like, that wasn't me. How does it feel that your son's trying to gaslight you? I mean, that's just parenting. Kids lie about really stupid stuff that you know they do. Like, you can watch a kid do something and be like, why did you do that? They're like, I didn't do that. It's really only a problem if they become an adult that never grows out of that. The Shaggy defense? The Shaggy defense. Like a cat pushing stuff off shelves. Mm-hmm. Fortunately, Chip doesn't do that. Well, there was one single time. There's this painting thing that is on our... We have a fireplace we never use, and there's a mantle above it, and there's a painting that's on it it's not attached to the wall. The painting is just like chilling on the mantle. And Chip one day went up there and pushed it off. And I think that's happened one time. We've never really had to worry about that. Dang, this is a lot of puddles of nope. I am making a lot of green numbers, but this is a lot of puddles of nope. Maybe we roasted that guy, otherwise there's no way we'll get him out of that puddle. When are you getting your second cat, Dorito? Not really any plans to get a second cat. I have no idea how Chip would behave, because Chip has basically gone from age 0 to age 7 as only cat. So okay, chat, Gabe just yelled a 6. So I don't know how he would behave if there was suddenly another cat in the house. Uh-oh. The macrophage revived. Oof. Man, those guys surrounded me like I owed them money. What the heck was that? Search and rescue. Pet's getting that guy up. Allies aid. Pet's getting that guy up. Ugh. I casted Aegis, but it went off a microsecond too late, so we got the Aegis, but got hit too. Can I delete all the TPs of Gobblers once I obtain the Master one? Make sure that the only ones you delete are the ones that go into the Wizard's Gobbler. For example, the Candy Corn Gobbler doesn't go in there. Okay? Like, there's some that don't go in. But once you've confirmed they're in there, yes, you can. Is this the normal music? Mm-hmm. I like it, so I'll leave it on. Oh my god. So much boops. That's the boom. That's the boom! You know, sometime I want to stand in that with Aegis and see what happens. But I didn't have Aegis available for that one. GG! Alright, to the one person in chat who said lead the meta so I can lazily join it. Done. Hopefully you got in. Done and done. Mike, do you want to do fractals after the meta if you're still in EU? I'm okay with it. I can be convinced. Mahuyo says the Karmic Converter isn't working in the Wizard's Gobbler right now if you have it. I don't have the Karmic Converter, so I'll have to just pass that along. My cat went through a phase of pushing things off. She doesn't do it much anymore. Yeah, when we first got Chip, he, you know, wanted to jump up on everything, and we did, there's this stuff, it's like double-sided tape that cats don't like stepping on, and we put that on, like, the rims of our counters and stuff in the kitchen. And when he would jump up there, like, one, he'd be like, ah, and he'd jump back down. And two, if we saw, we'd be like, hey, no, and, you know, we would kind of scare him down. And it's been ages since we have seen him try to get on, like, the counters or something. Because, like, we just don't want him up there where we're preparing food. So he knows pretty much anything from the doorknobs down, he's allowed on. But he doesn't try to get on the eating table. He doesn't try to get on the counters. He typically doesn't try to get up on top of, like, bookshelves and things like that. But chairs are fine, sofas are fine. You know, just anything that's, you know, lower than that is totally fine. And he understands that. He's awesome. Aluminum foil works as well. Oh, or zucchinis. I've seen some funny videos with cats running from zucchinis. Okay. Let's leave the group. Alright, who was it that was asking me to do fractals with them? If you're on EU, I'm okay with it. See what the dailies are. Chip is a good kitty. I feel like if I got one, it'd be chaos. I'd have to capture the house. I will say, cats, if you get one when they're like a cute little kitten, they can change personality a lot when they become an adult. Like, if you get one that's already an adult, if you adopt one that's an adult, they're already, like, their personality's, you know, cooked, you know? Like, it's baked, it's done, it's prepared, yeah, you know what you're getting. With a cat, it's like, oh, it's so cute, but you don't know what it's going to turn into. Like, you know, that's an Eevee. You don't know what it's going to become, all right? It could be anything, right? It could, like... there was one point when my wife and I had just gotten married. She wanted cats, so that meant we got cats. We got 2 cats, and one was named Jax, one was named Amy. And at the beginning, Jax always avoided us, and Amy was like a lap cat. She was always in my lap while I was playing video games. A couple years later, Amy was always on really high shelves and avoiding us, and Jax was always all over me. Like, their personalities like completely flip-flopped. And it's just like, so it's like if you got Amy as a kitten because you wanted a lap cat, she grew out of that. She didn't want that anymore. Chip too. Chip was a lap cat for a long time, and now that's really rare for him. He likes hanging out near you, but he doesn't want to be like in the lap like almost ever. So they can change. Yeah, if you ever decide to do, like, cats are awesome. They're already potty trained. They do a lot of their own bathing. But yeah, if you ever decide to get a cat, if you want one to have a specific personality, you know, definitely adopt one that's already, you know, fully grown, because you know what you're getting. Let's see. I feel like raising a kitten is easy to train them already. Easy to train than a grown-up cat. True. If there's something you're trying to train into them, like don't get on the counters, that would be easier when they're younger. Also true for children. Gabe doesn't try to get on the counters anymore. Okay. Who was the person who was like, fractal? Who was that? Where are you? Speak up. Let's see. Nightmare, Etherblade, Chaos. It was you. Dargrok, are you on EU? Yes? Okay. Alright, Dargrok. There's my in-game name. Shoot me a whisper. I don't know if this is Dargrok. Can you quick DPS? I can DPS and I can do it fast. Or just don't have a cat and enjoy your personal space. That's fine too. Obviously, this was a cat conversation. You popped in like a vegan CrossFit bicyclist, be like, hey, I'm not applicable here. It's like, cool, weren't talking about you. I asked for fractals as well. /invite Toshino Ayano. /invite Gerald Murnar. I think you're already in the party. Okay. Alright. We've got room for 2 more for EU daily fractals. One more. We just got Crimson. Got room for one more. Faith says, I found a dog behind a gas station as an abandoned puppy. I thought he was a bloodhound because of the color and the giant ears. When he got bigger, I did research and realized he was an illegal breed in 40 states. An illegal breed? A Japanese Tosa, which is a dog they use for fights in Japan. Huh? Never heard of that. Not that I'm super educated on dog breeds, but I've never heard of that. What is a Japanese Tosa? Also known as the Japanese Mastiff, a dog breed of Japanese origin considered rare. Yeah, it looks, there's some pictures here. It definitely looks very similar to dogs I have seen in the past. I don't know if I've ever seen one of those or not. Okay. B DPS, glut DPS. I don't know what either of those things are. I know what quick DPS and alack DPS is, and pure DPS. I don't know what B DPS. Can do anything except quick heal. Alright. Crimson, how about you a heal and I'll Q DPS. Others can pure DPS. Alright, so then we need one more. Alright. Let's see. Chat, we got room for one. I got room for one more. If anybody wants to do the party join command on me, we're gonna do daily, maybe some CMs. I'm not sure, but we'll start with dailies. Go ahead and get on in here. If, I'll wait a minute, just give you guys first crack at it, and then I'll go into the group finder if I have to. Also, Gerald isn't here yet. I'm TPS, tickles per second. Truly lethal. Oh, got someone. Rex the Untamed, who is not playing an Untamed. That'd be like if I was Muck the Guardian, a ranger. What has prompted your sudden interest in fractals? A guy in chat screamed at me to do fractals. That's it. Alright. Let's start with chaos. Do you want to do CMs? Let's start with the easiest and work our way up, and I'm fine with doing CMs if the group is competent.
To incorporate energy signatures from multiple fractals.
Where did you come from? No, you're going to ruin everything. I warn you, you don't belong here. Get out now. No, I have a fully charged diaphanous diffraction randomizer.
Which I will use if you continue to meddle in my affairs. I don't understand. The instability readings are...
No!
Where are you?
I got crippled.
Some new form of chaotic instability emanating from your location is threatening the cohesion of the other fractals.
Oh my god. Dude, this guy changed my movement speed mid-jump. Oh my god. Dude, this would be easier without the other people. I'm like mid-jump, he gives me swiftness, then a moment later it wears off, and it just like screws me up twice. Alright.
Your efforts are
practicing your fighting.
Skills and compensating included knowledge. Time for some golem upgrades, I think.
Maybe some shielding.
Let's just eliminate that last golem and strengthen the next assault instead. Ready to meet my latest creation? No? Too bad.
Oh my gosh, why did the Firebrand pull him into the bad zone?
Come on!
Really?
You asked for this. I'm incarnating the ultimate killer golem to deal with you.
You will not survive the
You are
next
obnoxiously persistent. Doing this to me.
Muck, do you know why Ark is messing with the fractals?
Your interference is threatening all the progress I've made in here.
I feel like I used to. I don't know if I still do.
Sure is getting cold and dark, isn't it?
I do remember his relation to the Asura that's helping you through the fractals, the female one. I remember his relation to her.
Flight.
And that she's trying to, like, you know, get him out of there.
Is she always this stubborn? Allow me to demonstrate that I'm the one in control here.
Hey there, could you please exert your authority over Guild Wars 2? I don't have any. To finally fix the roof of the Soda Fractal so Vindicators can dodge there. I've been trying to get some bugs on Druid fixed for 5 years. I have no power here. Ah! I'll be up in a moment. The Norn was so big, I walked right through him, cause and I couldn't see the gap on the other side.
Don't stand on the active bridge and shortcut your shield.
God, he's dying so fast. Oh my goodness.
Looks like my
Support is required here. Sending in some backup.
48k Firebrand and 44k Scrapper. Oh my god.
I
I feel like we skipped the boss.
but it seems my deed.
With Muck's power and authority, you managed to get a plushie. It has almost been 1 month since I sent them a message asking about the second one. They're very good to me, but they are very slow to respond. Once again, Norn in front of me takes up the whole screen. I can't even see the mines. Holy smokes.
It seems you have an ally. Is that Lion Guard armor?
What's happening in there?
Sure, humans are norm. Is the inquest multiracial now?
No Mesmer skip. I don't think I know the Mesmer skip. How is... Oh, did someone do some shenanigan to turn this off ahead of time? I guess so.
Now that's just excessive.
Ugh. I hit my button twice. No one else got to the others in time. Let's see. Dang it, I was hoping the new Gemstar item this week would be the other one. The other one? I just realized I should swap out Protect Me on my bar. I think I had that there from when I was in open world. Don't need it in here. Might get yourself some new kicks. Hmm?
I'm the law around here. Let's see what this does.
This is a sterile research environment. Leave at once. Very well. I have ways of dealing with contaminants.
He has ways of making you talk.
Vandalizing precious equipment. Why don't you play with live wire? Time to amplify the power. Fry, you pests! Fry like scrit on a lightning rod. You think you've won? You've won nothing! Tremble and cry as I unleash my greatest...
Have I mentioned how much I hate those grubby little inquest?
Okay, rude. I'm a Sarah. For quick DPS Untamed, do you have the pet skills on autocast? I don't I'm using the Hawk, and I don't have Quickening Screech on auto because it stops the Hawk from doing like 3 or more auto attacks while it is casting this, because it does a very long animation. So there's some debate on whether or not you should have Quickening Screech turned on, but everything else I have on, yes.
Are those tree people? They look angry. Be careful.
Let's see if they want to do CM. I'm fine with it if they are. Thought this was Healer Untamed. No, this one is Quick DPS Untamed. We have an Alack healer in the group. The Ferryman's Skiff Skin. Ooh. For the Necromancer Fisher in your life. It's pretty neat. Dude, what the hell? Some of us are like at the entrance. Did you guys like run all the way down here and then accept it? Yes? Why? What? Yeah, I'm not GGing. Someone GG. Okay. You know what? I'm done. I'm done. Holy crap. I'm gonna go back to single player stuff. Dude. I can't. They started the thing at the entrance, and then they ran all the way down there before hitting the accept button, so the people at the entrance got to play less. Then they GG, and then demand that the rest of us die too, to waste time, to which is going to just inflate how long we're in the fractal. It's so stupid. Like, running in, spawning the boss, dying, respawning, running back, rebuffing, and running in takes more time than just killing the thing. I cannot take it. Was that stream sniping? Wait, what? No, it wasn't stream sniping. That was a PvE group. That wasn't stream sniping at all. That was just getting under my skin. It was stupid. Like, it was just 2 plays back to back that just inconvenienced the rest of the party. It also kills the best. Yeah, as a side note, it also disables the best music in the game, which is, you know, not good for if you're trying to do a broadcast. Like, why would you do something that makes it less entertaining? No, that was dumb. I would rather not do dailies. Okay. Let's see. I got a few junk to sell. It was kind of like in the previous Fractal also, like one of them did some kind of skip that disabled like all the traps and stuff like that. And then we were just like running through an empty hallway. And it was like, they were doing speedrunning strats. It was like we had a couple people in the group doing speedrunning strats, the other people in the group trying to keep up. That's how you don't it on EU. If you don't do it, people will just gatekeep you from ever doing CMs. That's fine. I don't want to do CMs with them. That's totally fine. I will say, just saying that's how we do it on EU is not an acceptable excuse. Like, EU used to not include map IPs in their maps. That's how they did it on EU, and I changed that. Like you know, it's okay to change. You don't have to keep doing something just because you're doing it wrong and you have been for a long time. Let's see. People like that is the reason a lot of my friends don't want to give the game a chance anymore. Yeah. I mean, basically, like, disabling the cool music and then, like, running in and, like, skipping, you know, making the traps break and, like, you know, despawning. I mean, I don't know. They were taking the game out of it. They had basically gotten it to the point where they had optimized the fun out of it. And I wasn't interested in that. It's not wrong to want a pre-buff. No, it is though. Hold on, let me explain something. Okay, all right. Let's say you run in, you fight boss, you kill boss. Okay. Versus, you run in, engage boss, GG, die, respawn, run back, pre-buff, run in, fight boss, kill boss. Okay? This is not faster. The only reason this is what this makes faster, this makes the time in combat faster because you start with full boss. But the total time is more. Okay? So if you were trying to like go on a leaderboard to get the fastest boss kill, this for sure. But if you're just in a random group, this takes more time. This inflates how long you're in there, and this wastes time. And also, as a side note, it disables the awesome music, which is just annoying because it's awesome. But like the second thing, like no, this is dumb. Like this wastes more time than if you had just stayed in combat and killed the boss. Think about it. If you had stayed in combat, you would have had all buffs in a couple seconds. You know, like this is like this versus a couple seconds in combat. God forbid people want their cooldowns back. They're cool. They would cool down. It's in the word. I want to hit my big button again, so everyone must die for it. Like, what? Dude, get over yourself. No, I don't need to friggin' die just because you want your big button back. Let's see. I'm thinking about getting a PC to play this. Any new player tips? Hello, Lord Song. Welcome. Yeah, sure. I have got a video here that I'm linking in the chat called Stronger Start for New Players. That has got a lot of tips for people that are new to the game. And if you watch that and you still have any questions, you're welcome to come ask us here or on the Discord at any time. Let's see. But I have to start the fight already in Super Saiyan. Sarcasm. I don't get people who flame people for not saving 2 seconds of combat. Yeah. Yeah. Anyway. We already had all buffs. That's my job as a healer, and they GG'd. I was like, what the hell? Yeah, I guess they did it for cooldowns. And again, they started the pop-up, then went all the way down to the boss, then accepted the pop-up, so they got to use their cooldowns, and we were running down from the entrance. And then they GG'd and wanted us to kill ourselves so that they could use their cooldowns again. It was weird. It was super weird. Anyway, that's fine. If they want to play, if they want to do that, fine. I don't have to be a part of it. Let's see. There isn't a cooldown long enough to warrant that in a Fractal. I agree with you. There are not even sure that people who watch speedruns think it's I used to have the same stance, but over here you either adapt to the speedrun strat or you just don't get to do CMs at all. People refuse to progress and kick you otherwise. No, you can make your own groups and do whatever you want. Back when Firebrands were the only accepted support in Fractals, I would often run as a druid because I wanted to play that, and I just made my own party. However, that was a group I made. So 2 people from chat joined, and clearly those 2 were on one page, and the other 3 of us were on a different page. So they were, you know, some kind of duo queue speedrunner group. And they were good. I mean, obviously they knew what they were doing, but from my perspective, they had optimized the fun out of it. They despawned all the traps so you guys didn't get to see them. They were about to disable the music so that was gone, and it was just like a spreadsheet at that point. And I was just like, I'd rather not be here. I always hear people say, do you daily fractals, but why, and does it matter which I do? Ole, hang on, I'll try to show you. Let me go over to the Fractal portal, okay? So right here, so the dailies are these ones that have the purple dots, okay? And then there's also like the lower level, like the recommended ones. But the daily ones give way more rewards, essentially. That's basically it in a nutshell. If you do the ones with these little purple markers next to them, you get way more rewards, and it can give you 5 to 20 gold for doing fractals, which can take a very short amount of time if you're experienced. So it pays really, really well for a very short amount of time if you just do the dailies and then that's it. So there are some people that will just do like the 3 dailies each day and then just come back the next day. Let's see. The only problem with making your own group is lack of a group leader function like squads have, so you can't be voted out of your own team. I suppose that's possible. I would say I don't believe that's common, because okay, now a lot of people will be like, oh, well, Muck, you're very well known in the community. All right, there were many years I was streaming this that I had 2 viewers, right? So there was a very long time that I was doing this, and no one knew who I was. I've never seen that. So I would say that although you're right, I think that I believe you that that's possible. I don't think that's common. It could be, maybe just my own personal experience. I never saw it, but I don't believe that's common. I know to never join your group if I'm playing Guardian or Mesmer, for example, /sarcasm. Yeah, right, shut up. I don't have a problem with Guardian. I meme on it. Like, that Guardian was very impressive. That was it, 48k Firebrand burst, but yeah. I'd rather do like open world metas or something. Let's see, Mists and Monsters is gonna be spawning in a while. Let's see, Dredge, Sonya, Shaman, Chieftain. Defensive Amethyst, probably almost over. Let's see. I hate when everyone tries to cling to meta and speedrun strats in games. In Darktide, there's a map where everyone hides in a tiny corner at the finale. I've been trying to break that because it's boring. Really? Dude, I actually played Darktide with my son for the first time yesterday. He wanted to play the Psyker, and up until then, that's all I had ever played. So I made an Ogryn. So I was a big derpy ogre, and we did our first couple. Probably gonna play more of that later this evening together. I haven't seen the map you're talking about with the hide in the corner thing. What are you using to see the timers? Event table in Blishud. It's the same as when you do /wikispace.et, but it shows it in game. Let's see, Chakarant is spawning soon, and a Mists and Monsters. See, Mists and Monsters starts in 13 minutes. I could do events in Janther Century and then see if I can find. Let's see. Hey, Mike, could you take a look at my event timer and more website? I am very sorry. Mr. Poots 69420. Not gonna click on a random link in the chat, especially from a name that looks like that. I will say, if that was a real project that you did, you should change your name because that makes it look less trustworthy. That's why I posted the Google option. Google Tides of Tyria for my Reddit post. I mean, if it's just a Reddit post with a link, I'm not going to click the link. Let me see. All right, hang on. What is this? Tides of Tyria, your aesthetic Guild Wars 2 event tracker and checklist. I'm Woods to Eternity, a passionate Guild Wars 2 player and web developer. I've created Tides of Tyria to help me enjoy Guild Wars 2 to its fullest. I believe it can help you too. Key features, event tracking, easily track in-game events with a concise and user-friendly interface, optimized for all screen sizes. Click on an event to mark it as complete until the daily reset, or edit the list to hide an event forever. Customizable checklists. Create and manage checklists that automatically reset based on the in-game server reset, helping you to stay organized with daily and weekly tasks. Crafted to be visually appealing, Tides of Tyria is perfect for keeping open on a second monitor while you play. It has various themes and settings to customize the app to your liking. Wait, on another monitor? Wait, what? Does this show up in game, or is this a separate app? From anywhere in the app, type / to search the official Guild Wars 2 wiki, similar to in-game. If only the Durman Priory had access to this kind of knowledge. This runs in your browser. Doesn't require a login. Why use the? That's my question. I built this website to be something that I genuinely use day to day. My memory isn't as great as it once was. This website genuinely helps me focus on my goals by writing them down and checking them off. Okay. Assuming this is real. Assuming this is real. This is pretty cool. And also, if you're a developer, that's awesome. I have a lot of respect for developers. I can't do what you do. At the same time, from a, let's say I'm giving you a customer perspective here, or a client perspective, whatever you want to call it, I don't understand the point of this product. And the reason I say that is if I want to see stuff in game, I can use this, and it automatically crosses things out when I do them. I don't have to even click it. It just happens automatically. I do something, and the API just slashes it out, and it says you've already done this today. And the second thing is if I wanted to open it on another monitor, I could just open the wiki on the other monitor. Just slash wiki et, and it would open that on another monitor. So, I mean, I guess it's true I can't cross things off on another monitor if I want to do that. But like this is, here, hold on, slash wiki et. So like here's this, and I can even put it into dark mode if I want. So here's the wiki, which shows all the same stuff. Now your stuff is a little different. You know, I can cross things off. I guess I can highlight things. So I guess yours is just extremely similar to this with a couple of new features. It seems like it's identical to this, except I can put it on another monitor. I'll link it in the chat in case anyone in chat is interested. I definitely think that I've already got something that meets my needs for that, so it wouldn't be something that I would need. But it's interesting. It's interesting. It seems like let's see. That's fair. My argument is that it's less cluttered and more of a hub for me, but everyone has their own way of doing stuff. Yeah, this seems like a new way of presenting information that is available already to everyone. So if people like that way of seeing the information, then that's golden. If not, though, then that would be understandable, too. If I could pull it up in-game as a Bloodshot add-on, I like it. It looks nice. Muck, there's a pet Skyscale whistle in the gem store. Do you have any idea how it works? Someone gifted it to me a very, very, very long time ago. And it's like you use the whistle, and the Skyscale, the baby Skyscale appears, and I think you can, like, play with it, like, throw a ball, or, like, have it hide, like, you can do, like, tricks and stuff. Like, it's basically a toy. It's essentially a toy to play with. Muck, are you looking forward to Guild Wars 3? I haven't seen any evidence that they are working on a Guild Wars 3. I'm going to tell you the same answer I've told everybody else. If they are making it, awesome. I will absolutely try it out. If they're not, then okay, that's understandable as well. I haven't seen any official source that they're actually doing that. Command your Skyscale to play dead. Just don't do it while you're flying. Are you looking forward to Rift 2? Rift the MMO 2? I love how the whole Guild Wars 3 story got so far. There's definitely a lot to it. Alright, let me see if there's anyone doing this. I would not mind doing this one. There is not. Alright, hold on. Let me... just want to confirm. Miss some monsters? Yeah, it's in like 10 minutes. Alright. Let's do that. Janzer Century. Advertise group. Miss and Monsters Meta. XX30. There you go. Alright. Meta squad on EU if anybody wants to join in. Get some Klob Jarny mats. I just want to hit the Titans. What if Guild Wars 3 is VR? What if it's a deck builder? What if it's an extraction shooter? What if it's a looter shooter? What if it's a battle royale? It could be anything. What if it's on mobile? What if it's gacha? Oh my god. There's so many options. What do you guys think will come out first, The Elder Scrolls 6 or Guild Wars 3? I don't know. The thing is, Todd Howard has released Skyrim like 6 times, right? Surely Elder Scrolls 6 is next, and not a 7th Skyrim. Surely. It's hard to say. Guild Wars 3 is a game mode for Roblox. For Roblox. Oblivion has 10 years of re-releasing now. Yeah. The announcement trailer for Elder Scrolls 6 just turned 7 years old. Yeah, the announcement trailer that just showed some trees. Guild Wars 3 will be a Battle Royale team shooter. What if Guild Wars 3 doesn't have the Asura and their dangerous experiments? I have made no secret of the fact that I just like playing the races that are easily identifiable from a distance. The weird shaped ones, right? When I played EverQuest, I played a troll, which were these 7-foot tall guys. So I was like the largest thing in the party. Asura, you know, little itty bitty dudes. So if there's basically like any, like, okay, let's say Asura did not exist in Guild Wars 2. I would be more drawn, I'd be probably most drawn to play a Char, because again, they look very unique. However, the community around the Char scares me, which might drive me to play the Salads. Because a plant person is really unique. I never ever seen another MMO where I could play a plant. However, when plant people are in full armor, they look exactly like human females, and they're indistinguishable. That is a downside. Because if you're trying to look like something that's not human, and you look 100% human in full armor, then it's like, I can't even tell. So, I'd be on the fence between Char and Sylvari if there was no Asura. That's my mindset. Like, for me, I don't want to play human, because I'm doing that now, and Norns are just big human. It's the same thing. They're just Samoans. Norns are literally just Samoans. So it's like, alright, I need something else. Need something else. Muck vegan fury. Muck vegan furry. I don't even know what to do with that sentence. Scare you how? Skip. Null says, with the exception of the cultural armor, that's what I wear on the salad. Cultural armor looks like plain armor. True. I just ported to Ember Bay. There's an Asura called Scholar Sura. I can't. Guild Wars 3 introduced Coden as a playable race. Good. What if they replaced Char? What if they were added as a playable race? I feel like there would be one kind of monster race, right? So, maybe it's Tengu, right? Maybe they had Tengu. Maybe you'll finally get your bird people. Maybe you finally get your burbs.
Well done, but our work continues. Collect yourselves.
Titans as playable. A freaking full-grown Titan? No, we're not getting Titans as a playable race. Skrit. Okay, here's the thing. Skrit have like 1 IQ, unless they're together. And then they get smarter. So if you're gonna play Skrit, you need to be like 3 Skrit in a trench coat. You need to be like 3 Skrit in a trench coat together. Hello, Muck. Hi, Banjo. Honestly, I think that would be really fun. Imagine like you get a pair of boots and one of the Skrit gets a left boot and one of the Skrit gets a right boot. And it's like a different one. Char gone for Coden, Salad gone for Tengu, Asura gone for Skrit. What would you choose? Skrit. Just because they're so silly. Shiny! I would chase the shinies. Just because it sounds... Honestly, okay. Tengu have no appeal for me. Coden... I would play Coden if the only other option was human. But, big ol' sun bears... I find Char more interesting than Coden, right? Because the Char have like the steampunk and they make tanks and they got guns and the legions. And the Coden are just like, we live in a hut and talk slow. So, I'm not really big on the Coden. So, if those are the options, I would pick Skrit. I would say if there was no Skrit and it was like human or Koden or Tengu, I'd probably pick Koden. I don't really want a beak. I don't want to play a race with a beak. What about Choya? There's no possible Earth where Choya become a playable race. I don't believe that. I cannot believe that. What if the Tengu could fly? Depends on the animations. We'll see how it looks. I think Tengu look pretty dumb. Like, I realize a lot of people like them. That's fine. I think they look pretty dumb. I don't want to look like a Tengu.
Storm nears. Lowlanders, Astral Ward, fortify the camps. Prepare yourselves.
Built-in
The
gliders?
strangers will move soon.
That would be okay for balance if they just had like a racial glide, just like a different glide animation. All right, let's see. 9 minutes until Titans. Please join either Greer group in Southwest or Desi group in Northeast. Dragon people playable race. Dragon people? Speaking of a race of people with wings, what about the oh gosh, what do they call Logos? The water people, the water elves. The water elves in Guild Wars 2. Their armor, the Largos. Thank you. I was supposed to say Logos. Largos. What if the Largos came by? GW2 Largos. Quaggins? What inventory slots would Quaggins have? They always run around naked. Oh my god, what is this? Dude, I looked up Largos and got this picture. That's crazy looking. Let's see. That looks familiar. I would be okay with him adding Largos. I would like playable Largos. Yeah, I'm okay with that. Largos couldn't work at all. They're ancient and super powerful. Maybe Guild Wars 3 would be like 500 years in the future and they've their powers have diminished. You know? Like, I could easily think of multiple reasons why it would be okay. Muck likes revealing armor. I have made no secret of the fact that my religion stems from the Holy Thibel. I know what I like! Leave me alone!
That should do. Good work. Now, let's hurry and haul this back to camp. My fur crackles.
Thick thighs save lives? Yes, but the full quote is thick thighs save lives, but thigh highs are my demise. It's called class. Muck man of culture luck. Look, I know what I like, okay? Ogres would be interesting, morally gray, smart enough to understand what they're doing. Why not? Darktide added Ogren. Like, the smartest Ogren in Warhammer 40k could count to 3. But they work as teammates. I was playing Darktide as an Ogre with my son yesterday, and there was a voice line where one of them was like, can you even spell? And he's like, no, I always add too many R's when I spell wrong. Like, that's not a word. And he's like, I use it all the time. Yeah, just big lovable oaf. Will fight for his friends. Super strong, not too bright. It worked. You can still play that in MMO. Which voice did you pick? Bodyguard, I think. Because I'm intending to get the shield and try to tank for boys so he can just go crazy, but I haven't gotten there yet. My ogre has only done like 2 missions so far. Ogres and Tyria are way different, though. Fields of Ruin is a great example of that. Yeah. Speaking of Darktide, I'm so ready for the back-to-back Arbites to drop with Darktide and Rogue Trader. Yeah, dude, okay, I loved Rogue Trader, but doing another full playthrough, it would be a massive amount of time. I don't know that I would do that. Kind of like we're trying the honor mode Baldur's Gate playthrough, and I'm like, I didn't expect it to take this long. Like it is long. Darktide though, would love to try the pet class guy. Is Warrior any good in Guild Wars 2 and high-end content? Sure. Every single class in Guild Wars 2 has viable builds in endgame. It really just depends on would you enjoy playing those builds. How was Rogue Trader? I played the other Owlcat RPGs and loved them, but I don't know anything about Warhammer. I actually touch on that in the review video I did. Coco, if you have a couple of minutes, I would encourage you, watch that video. That's the review video I did at the end of Rogue Trader. I didn't spoil anything, and I also had a section where I talked about, do you have to understand Warhammer for this? I do and did have some very good things to say about that game when I had just freshly finished it. I'll go heal quick for this one. See how it goes. Lucky for you as well, they did a major buff to Ogren a while ago. It's way more fun to play. Also, is this your first time playing since they redid the skill tree? No, when they redid the skill tree, I popped in for a bit and played my only max level character was Psyker. And they had given him this power, I forget the name of it, so I'm going to describe it, where he would, like, use his mind and make these, like, shards. They almost look like icicles, and then he would, like, fire them out, and they would, like, weave through the enemy, kind of like the, you know, Yondu's arrow from Avengers. I played a bit during that. That was pretty cool. But I haven't played the other classes since they redid the skill tree, so I have no idea what my options are going to be later on. So, like, I know the default Ogre ability is he does, like, a charge. I have no idea what his other choices are. They also added the roguelike game mode. How do I access that, Charma? Like, if I want to play that with the boy, where do I access that at? I know in Vermintide where that is. Symphony Terminal. Is it the same terminal for the other missions? Is it just like another tab or something? The ship Psyker? Oh, I'll have to look around then. Have to look around. Let's take a look at the map, see if we need to fuss anyone. No, it's looking pretty good. Everybody's almost in position. No. We're on NA or EU? I'm on EU. This is an EU squad. There's some amazing buffs you can get, like where Psyker's brain pop explodes 10 heads around in one cast. Yeah, like it'll chain. I also enjoyed that Psyker ability where you'd put up the big dome and it would block enemy bullets. It's like a big old Reinhardt shield. Dude, Owlcat currently has got more, another Warhammer 40k game coming out, and also that Expanse ARPG coming out. I'm like, this sounds so weird to say, but as a company, as like a group of game devs, I'm really happy for them. Because like I played Pathfinder Kingmaker, and then Wrath of the Righteous, and then Warhammer 40k Rogue Trader, and it's so cool like watching them like just do better and better and better with their stuff. Like Larian, I played Divinity Original Sin, Divinity Original Sin, then Divinity Original Sin 2, and then Baldur's Gate 3, and it's like, oh my god. They big now. They big now. Alright. 30 seconds. Get to positions.
Here it is.
Hope they go back to fantasy after these sci-fi games, though. I'd be fine either way.
The strangers have woken. They've come to
The dance in the rain.
Our one and only goal is to
Dorfinity or Bridgetal's Gen, yeah.
every claw and spear. Raise them to the air.
Are you hyped for Cyberpunk 2?
Go. Fight.
This is the first I've heard of it. Are they making a Cyberpunk 2? I'll say, okay, real quick, if they are, yes. I don't know if you're just making stuff up. AoE res. I got you. Don't do that again.
Like come tomorrow. They'll suck it dry if we don't halt their advance.
Alright, if you're in the Decima group and you're new, quick tip, when she does the big circle with like the really bright red center, that bright red center is undodgeable. You can't dodge that. It will kill you. Or at least downstate. The other part of it, you could survive. The bright red juicy center, no. That's the forbidden center of the candy pop. Don't touch that. Like that, like what all of you just did there. That's a no-no. So many dead, oh my god. Well, I'm glad I played a healer. I'm getting to do a lot of green numbers right now. Say, I'll AoE res this group. CC phase. If you're full dead, just run back. It's not a long run. If you're downstate, we'll try to get you up.
Weak they are. Mount your journeykin and topple them. Reveal the core.
Monk, what do you think I should craft Eternity and sell it in order to buy the expansion spear? I mean, you could, like, if you highly desire the spear and you've got most of the mats to make Eternity, that's certainly an option. Can I take this hit? Yeah, I can take that hit. Alright, if you're at Desi, try to group back up so I can give you buffs. Get out of that. Oh my god, hey, we res. Boop, there's 5. And second slam should get the last guy. There we go. Alright, 6-man res. They're like, you said group up? We grouped up in the juicy red center. I'm like, no. Reminds me of that the original video where the 50 DKP minus guy, where he was like, you know, Todd, get to the center. Susan, get to the center. Frank, get to the center. Whatever the F you do not stand next to each other. And then they're all like, ah, and then they all just ran away. When you call it the Juicy Red Center, it makes me want to go there. Oh gosh. The Forbidden Red Center. Oh, get out of that, and then dodge back into it. I don't have AoE res for this one. We're doing this one manual. Not kidding, I'm certainly getting to do a lot of green numbers right now. I'm loving that part of it. I'll AoE res this pile. Got him. Search and rescue that guy. Alright, he's up. Or she. Did you just assume that corpse's gender? I'm sorry, I didn't look. It's current year, Muck! That's a lot of corpses. Holy crap. Guys, red areas are bad. Please. CC time. Oh, dang. I used my Jade Bot. I didn't even see that one. There's just so many explosions happening here. Hey, here's a fun topic of conversation. Everyone's asking, when Guild Wars 2, when Guild Wars 2? Okay, let's say, let's just pretend. We're gonna use our imaginations, chat. Let's pretend they're making Guild Wars 2. And they were to run a community poll. And they were like, do you want boons like they were in Guild Wars 2? Or would you prefer just cast magic buffs before fight? What would you vote if you were given those two options? Guild Wars 2 does exist. Okay, forget. Look, you respond to what I meant, not what I said. I don't know what I said. Yes, Guild Wars 2 too. I vote RuneScape potions. I don't know what those do. I don't know that system. Before battle. Children card game. Pre-buff quickness and light. You want Guild Wars 2 boons, but no quickness, no alack. That's a decent answer. I would vote, if it were me, I would say pre-fight buffs, except if there's one class that does constant short-term buffs that they have to refresh constantly, that it's like a bard. Like, strong buffs, really powerful, they have to reapply them constantly, but it's like the class mechanic, right? It's like central to that class. Stop. Wait on Greer. There it is. Hold DPS, or we fail. I'm calling my cat back. Fast and Curious is too strong for this, chat. Okay. Let's see. Should be good. Kill now. Should be good. Typos. GG. Well done. I think situational boons are fantastic, like Stability and Aegis. True. And for, like, World of Warcraft, it's like Bloodlust, you know? They don't have that up all the time. It's just, like, when they need it. If there were a Bard class, I'd make that my main. I know a lot of people that would. Bards are very liked. I'd like boons more like WoW's 30-minute buffs. Yeah. Make Guild Wars 3 an engine update for Guild Wars 2 so all mechanics stay the same and you get to keep your hard work for items and ANET gets to do all the goodies they said they wanted to do but couldn't do engine limitations. Yeah, but who would play this version of Guild Wars 2 if they just, you know? Like, are you saying they shut down this game and make when they make Guild Wars 3? There'd be a lot of issues with that. Because, like, okay. Because, like, if you say Guild Wars 3, if you say, oh my god, caps lock. If you say Guild Wars 3 is an engine update to Guild Wars 2, do people have to buy Guild Wars 3? Or is it given out to people who own Guild Wars 2? If it is a separate launcher, are both live at the same time? If so, who is going to play the old Guild Wars 2? If you don't have to buy Guild Wars 3, how do they recoup the development costs of making it? You know? Like, these are all issues I can see for that idea in like 10 seconds. Old school GW2? Oh my gosh. Have like a vanilla server? Do what Smite did, pretend to support Smite 1 after dropping Smite 2, but then never update Smite 1 again. Path of Exile did that for a little while. Bard class with the buff, they have to do karaoke. You know, you remember when I played that game called One Hand Clapping where I had to sing to move my character? What if bards were like that? The bards actually had to, like, have the mic and they had to hit certain notes for certain buffs. Like, it just have to be really simple, like, you know, oh, 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 like that would be might, like, and so they would they would have to just do like different chants and crap. That would be hilarious. That'd be like when people beat like Dark Souls with a Guitar Hero controller. Guild Wars 3 Rock Band, yeah. Oh man, I would love to see Cliz. I bet Loranity would do it. With all the weird stuff she's done with the jumping puzzles. Battle Interior is next. The buffs were songs with the words that kids attacks. What? What a combat. Wait, where's my cat? Oh, there he is. Get him, buddy! You got it! Yo, my cat's just killing titans over there. Good job. Muck, you're doing Clock Tower and Guitar Controller this year, right? No. No, that's not me. AFK farming gas. Oh my god, I'm gonna get banned. What did they do Guild Wars 3, like the transition of Overwatch 1 to 2? What? You realize that was a colossal failure, right? What do you mean? That is not something to aspire to. All right, hold on. Let me just list the bullet points here, okay? All right, so Overwatch 1 to 2, okay? They said they were going to have to sell the game as Overwatch 2 in order to be able to add single-player campaigns, well, single and multi, single multiplayer campaigns and talent trees. They didn't do that. They said, actually, wait. I mean, that's basically it. Like, they didn't do that. Overwatch 2 is free though. I mean, it is now. it wasn't always. Yeah, and also it used to be able to get all of the skins in the game with the just by gameplay, and I think now it's not. I think now you have to buy, like, battle passes and crap, because I've seen a lot of people go... I haven't played Overwatch 2. I just want to let you guys know, ever since Overwatch 1 went to 2, I have followed news on it. I haven't played it. I've never had the urge to reinstall it. The loot boxes are back? Yeah. I do... Like, okay, I've never played Marvel Rivals. I think it's awesome that it exists, because it lit a fire under Blizzard to stop being stupid with Overwatch, because now they got some real competition. Rivals better? Well, honestly, it better be. It came out like friggin' 10 years later. They they had a lot to learn from. But yeah. I played it for 2 weeks last Xmas when they had an event where the game was 6v6 again and heroes had old abilities. TF2 is still better than Overwatch. Team Fortress 2. Yeah, in Overwatch, if you play the same character too much, you get banned. In Team Fortress 2, there's an achievement for making an enemy rage quit. It's a very different type of thing. 3 loot boxes a week versus loot box every 3 or 4 games. 3 a week? Yeah, dude, I used to remember when I was playing Overwatch 1 for an evening, I'd have a pile to open afterward. They're trying to copy Rivals by adding third-person game mode to Overwatch 2 now. All the Widowmaker mains rejoice. Overwatch 2 is Paladins reskin, but worse. Haven't played Paladins. I've heard of it. I know of it. The League is adding some feature that'll end the game if it detects a key logger. Like, wait, what? Okay, I know of key loggers from like, you know, like getting hacked terms, right? Like someone installs a key logger and then they record like when you type in your passwords and stuff. How does that apply to League of Legends? How does that apply to League? I have a lot of Paladins experience. My friends played it a lot before Rivals came out. Paladins was good till they removed the third person. I'm still angry about it. I don't play League, I just know they're doing it. I wonder how that came about. Let's do that. I'm always amazed at how long Hi-Res kept Smite going when they speedrun all other projects into the ground. This conversation kind of reminds me of is, hey. Oh, thank you. What was I gonna say? Dungeon Defenders. I've really, over the years, enjoyed Dungeon Defenders 1 and Dungeon Defenders 2. The company that made them, however, has also started and abandoned like 20 other projects. So anytime they say they're starting a new thing, the whole comment section is just ripping them apart. Like, there's like, even the most diehard Dungeon Defender fans are like, yeah. Like, I don't know about that, buddy. They took loot boxes away for a long time because of gambling laws, I think, or some country could buy loot boxes. EU, I believe it was some sections of EU, if not all of EU, added some laws against, like, gambling that was targeted toward children in video games. And honestly, I think that's a good thing. I just want to make that clear. I think that's a good thing. And I think that was when Overwatch and other games were forced to make changes.
Here's another. Make it count.
Your blood will nourish my master.
For worse, if you ask me, now it's all battle passes. Well,
Here's another. Make it count.
we talked about this earlier when we were talking about laws and stuff, is people will, like, anytime that a law is made, people will always try to find a way around it. And that just goes forever. So a new law is made, and then they try to find a way around that, and then a new law is made, and on and on and on and on and on. And then circumventing legality at that point is crazy.
Here's another. Make it count.
Actually, cancel that. Started to AoE res that guy, but it wasn't necessary.
The Octavine is vulnerable. Attack now.
Alright, AoE res these guys, and then hit the Octavine. I see no armor people. There's one here, at least. I don't know if there's others. Wonder how many times Muck has done the Arc base in meta. I know I have the achievement called the Golden Child for having done it 100 times. Honestly, like, I don't even love it, as far as, like, actually doing it, but I love opening 35 treasure boxes. Also, it's one of the few metas that you could do many, many times in a day, and you get full rewards, well, you get most of the rewards every time.
There is no escape.
Muck, why do you play with the bird? Does that represent America? Honestly, because Snowcrow says that the hawk is the highest DPS pet now. So when I need a pet just for damage purposes, I bring the hawk. That's why. Not because of America. Just because big number. Dodge! Look at that! I'm in a different country and I dodged it in time. AoE res will get 10 of them up. Did ANET make the hawk the pet with the highest DPS because of America? I mean, America would be the eagle. Let's see. Muck, why do you play as... Certainly you have pets you like more than others. Sure, depending on the game mode. Like, in PvP, it's hard for your pet to stay on the target, because people are moving constantly. But there's a few pets that are okay at it, like the Smokescale teleports to their, the thing that they're attacking. So it's really good at sticking to the target. So that one's nice in that game mode. Obviously, if you're trying to CC something, then just bigger CC number better. Rock Gazelle and the Electric Wyvern are probably the best at that. For support, Fond of the Turtle. It's got CC. It's got 2 CCs actually. They have long cast times though. And then you know the bubble that blocks projectiles and applies protection to party members. What if you only played with the new pets for a week, like Shark, Chalk, Bee, and Demon? You can do some really good PvP builds around the Bee. Like a Condi Soul Beast is really solid with the Bee. The Shark is not bad for Druid or Untamed in PvP. The Demon thing has Boon Rip, which is nice. So if you just don't have anyone else in the party that can remove boons from an enemy that has boons, then you use that. The Chalk, I don't really know what the Chalk's good for. It's glass, it dies really easy. Does have a ranged attack. The Chalk makes you panic with the goo on the ground. Yeah. Yeah, it does cover a lot of the ground. The only time I play Ranger is to Druidio, so I have no idea. Is it normal for pets to have more HP than the player? Ha! Alright, hang on, let me show you something. Hang on. Alright, first of all. Where is a normal bear? Alright. 52,000 hit points on the brown bear. Okay? Alright, hang on. Let's see, Beast Mastery and Warden. 80,631 hit points on the brown bear. Now, I have no idea what you would possibly do with this. It doesn't hold aggro. It doesn't do much damage. But I can get 80,000 health on the bear. So, you asked, is it normal for the pet to have more health than you? Yeah, if it's a certain pet. Pets have stats. Certain pets have more of certain stats. Cats have high damage output. Bears have big hit point pools. That's cheating. Dude, they just added that trait. The bears have 50% more health trait. I don't know why they added it, but they just did that. Like, that's fresh. That's not some old thing they forgot about. They just put that in the game. They want chunky bears. Hello, Muk, love your videos. Oh. Hold on. Let me whisper this person. Bear with healthcare versus bear without. So the bonus hit point one is just EU bear. Someone we're getting at really wanted a bear with 80k health, and no one else in the office cared if it did. I guess so. Where in America are you from? I was what the locals call a Navy brat. My dad was in the military when I was born, so we moved all over the place. Currently, well, I guess most of my life at this point, I've lived in Georgia, in the southeast part of America. And that's where I live now. Hang on. I had a funny comment from someone yesterday, chat. And it read thusly. Alright? OMG, the deposit thing is so handy. I didn't know, I've been using all my blah 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 blah, something about the video. Oh my god, I knew you sounded Dutch. I can hear a Dutch accent from miles away. Nice to know that me and my family aren't the only Dutch people playing Guild Wars 2. I'm from the USA, but now I know I sound Dutch, I guess. So I sent that to Laura, who is Dutch, and she said, "Lamau, the plot thickens." And I said, "From miles away, he says." And she goes, "You don't sound Dutch to me at all." And then someone on my Discord sent me, where is it? Where's the Dutch guy being mean? Here we go. Okay, so someone said that I could be this guy. Let me see.
I'm wishing you good luck today with your job interview. Remember, do not fully be yourself. It's too much. Why do you feel like a failure? Is it because you got divorced and can't see your kids? Good luck asking your boss for a raise. I don't think he will give it to you. Hey, don't be so lonely. You could get a pet, for example, a bird. Teach it to say things like, "Hey, good looking, you have so many friends. That is so exciting. You will be a good parent." Probably, yeah, there is no way of knowing. Why do you feel like a failure? Is it because you do not know how to draw on your eyebrows and that's why everyone thinks you are so angry all the time? Huh? You made a big mistake at work? You accidentally emailed everyone a picture of your naked butt? This is not such a big deal, or? The worst part of it is that your butt, yeah, flat. I think that you are quite good at painting. Yeah, you're not great, but yeah, I can tell that when you paint a tree, for example, that it is a plant. You're not very approachable, and it's a bit passive-aggressive. But, no, you are not an imposter. No, everybody knows exactly who you are. Yeah, the next day you will wake up with a terrible hangover, and you will think, "Oh God, I made it a fool of myself," and yeah, you did. But yeah, that's how I would deal with your social anxiety, for example. Hey, good luck with the job interview today. Maybe you won't get it. Yeah, and then you will still be unemployed. So, yeah, you already have this. What can you lose? But yeah, I do not mind these things. But that's because I only see you once a month. So anyway, good luck with the dates.
Yeah, I think I could nail that. I could totally give pep talks like that, if that's all it takes to be Dutch. Wonderful. Sounds exactly like Muck, Dutch Muck confirmed. Yep. Yeah, today I found out I'm Dutch. Crazy. Alright, let's see. Are they going to do DBS? Let's find out. Muck is Dutch. Yeah, add that to the lore. We can settle this once and for all. Say world v world and see if you sound like Lorenity. She says whirls v whirls. Whirls v whirls? I think is how you say fish. Fish. Not tree bucket or escargot, but fish. Yeah, Dutch luck confirmed. Turn on Dutch me mug. That was a fun thing. Oh man, I have to dig through the settings for that though. Let's see, hold on, which server am I on? Okay, I'm on EU. They just unga bunga the ankle. EU and NA do this fight differently. EU do it faster, NA gets more loot. On EU, we just unga bunga the ankle. Got here just in time to save them, chat. Save them from the dragon. Wonderful. EU Gamba for infusion, move on to another Netta. Another Netta? Another Netta. Yeah, finishing up my lunch. My wife made homemade fried rice last night. This is some leftovers. It's a small serving, though. I'm gonna have to get some chips later or something. It's good, though. Is it worth swapping to EU? It depends. If you want to see less of fractals, it's pretty great. Real answer? Depends on your latency. I would say people should just play on whichever one where they get the smoothest gameplay, you know? Like, I get a tiny bit of lag when I play on EU because I live in NA. Most of the time it's fine. Sometimes it's bad. When I first started the stream, it was pretty rough for like 30 minutes. Like, I had like a 1 second delay, which was pretty rough when I was fighting like Stallion in the meta. But most of the time it's fine. Did a home fry that rice? Yeah. Okay. That should keep me not dead for a few more hours. Aussies are screwed no matter what. Yeah, sorry. No Aussie servers that I know of. Who's like Stallion? So the new meta event in Bava Nisos, the newest zone added to the game, the meta there is a boss named Stallion that spawns. He's like a Gorseval clone, and he spawns early in the meta. And funny enough, he's the hardest part of the meta, and he's at the beginning. And he has a lot of, you know, big red thing, get out of it, or dodge, or die. And I was like, I would dodge, and then I'd get hit because, like, there was, like, a second off between my client and the server. So, like, that was happening at the beginning of today's stream. I do EU because I didn't like the political talk in map chat. Plus, when I die in EU, I can blame lag. I mean, technically, you can blame lag anywhere. There's nothing stopping you. That's your right. Let's see, that's done. Could try Drakkar and see if that's active right now. She's gonna... Brother, try EU PvP lobby. The most unhinged thing you witnessed. The map chat talk there is something else. I gotta say, when I go to the PvP lobby, it's not usually to read chat. I believe you. I think that might be true for both regions. Let's see. Is anyone doing this? Iceberg Saga, BR Marches. Late Drakkar. Give me that late Drakkar. When politics come up in map chat, I always go on a screed as to why Adalburn did nothing wrong. Adalburn? Oh, that was the king in the first game, right? I had to think for a second. I was like, who are we talking about? Oh, I almost made that corner.
You think you can get away from us? You'll have to come out sometime.
That's like when people ask me who I voted for, and I'm just like, Palawa, Ignatius, Choco. Vote Snargle? Oh no, Snargle would run this economy into the ground. No.
We need to get after it. Watch my back. I'll rip down this whole cavern if I have to.
Can I leave combat for a second? Hold on. I want to change builds.
Get us through that ice. Just need a little more time.
Muck used 2 Leggy Maces. I think I've only got one.
Almost got it. Keep them busy just a little longer.
Yeah, I only have one. The other one's ascended. Mike, do we know why a few characters have no voiceover? Yeah, there was a voice actor strike that was happening.
See?
and some of the voice actors for the game are in that strike. So ArenaNet basically had the choice of wait till that's over and postpone everything, or just release it and add those voice lines in later, and that's what they chose to do, which honestly I think, considering the circumstances, is the best decision. But yeah, that's the last 3 content patches. There's been a few voice actors that are on strike.
You can't run forever.
I thought you came to fight.
On to more important things.
Hello? Hello, Kai! Welcome!
Watch it. Could come out anywhere. Whoa. Need some help here.
I found a new channel, your channel, by looking for Druid build. Welcome! Yes, I have played quite a bit of Druid. Currently playing Heal Untamed right this second.
Okay, open that Raven Gate and hunt down the source of the spirit magic.
I'm so horrible at checking the pack supply agent recipes daily. Oh, I need to do that. Yeah, that's not a habit I've built either. What role do you most enjoy? Support. Like, rather than be one of 20 DPS, I'd rather be one person that's buffing them all and making more of an impact. You know? It's like, typically, if there's like one role that needs to be filled and it's really noticeable if that role's not there, I love doing that role. Whether it's a buffer, a tank, a healer, a debuffer, you know, stuff like that. Like, I like doing that. Like, pure DPS is typically the thing that's last on my list. I find that to be more boring. So I like playing stuff that the big piles of DPS are happy to group with.
It's back in the ice.
I can protect you.
Spirits, look out! Need some help here! Kakar's channeling the magic on the other side of that Raven Gate.
Alright, so I've got the debuff that I can't go through the Raven portal again right now, so I have to use a Mesmer portal to do to help with the next one.
The gate's open. Now get in there and cut off the source.
Now let's see if any of them do it. Nice.
On to more important things.
Help, I sneezed and I bit my tongue. You need to burp with your tongue out and you'll factory reset it.
I will end you.
Chat, did you know that if you sneeze, burp, hiccup, and push in on your belly button at the same time, you'll take a screenshot? I'll try it. Let me know the results.
It's gonna try to surprise us again.
Instructions unclear, pooped my pants.
Open that Raven gate. The gate's open. Now get in there and cut off the source.
Oh my gosh. Helpful mesmers. What? What does the world come to?
The gate's open. Now get in there and cut off the source. There. That's all of them. This is it. Everyone, attack!
You know, there was one time I don't have one, or I would use it now. There was one time I came in here, and someone had a bobblehead table down, and I used it. And apparently, for those who don't know, the bobblehead elixir works on Drakkar. And his head fills this entire room. You can't see anything. Do it. I don't have one. I have to use someone else's.
Your time will come.
GG. Let's see. Koala says, hi, hope you're having a wonderful afternoon. Do you know if healing in this game works similar to WoW's? Hello, Koala. No, it is a bit different. I played WoW for around 10 years, not as a healer, but I grouped with many, so I kind of know how it works. In WoW, it's more about your target, right? Like, you click on a target, and then you cast a spell, and like here, I'm doing an ability, and it fires heals at that target, right? In this game, it's more of you target areas. So for example, if I do this move, this is an explosion of healing around me. I can move it. I can run it around. It will hit the area near me, so I move to where the healing is needed. Additionally, like, I can do this skill, and this doesn't. This moves me and does an explosion of healing at the end of it, so that heals that area. You know, so there are some skills, like I can throw this little ball of light, which heals an area over there, but it's a much weaker heal than what I can do. There are other builds, like that big beam of light that just crashed down. That was from a druid. That is a targetable heal, and you can throw that at longer range. But most healers, and I say most because there are exceptions, most healers in this game will heal fields either in front of them or around them. So they reposition themselves to change where the heals are going, rather than choosing a specific target. No one plays Spectre? Yeah. There is one healer in the game called Spectre that is more target-focused, but even then, they're healing their target and people near their target. So they can, you know, they still want people to be kind of together in order to do that. Let's see, other than Druid Staff 1. Right, but Druid Staff 1 heals for like 100 per beam, whereas like some of the bigger heals are like 10,000, you know? Like the Druid Staff 1, you typically just shoot the boss, and then it heals, it does a very, very minor healing on anything it passes through in between you and the target. Thank you for the explanation, so mostly AoE heals. Correct, yes. Now, most things have a target cap. So, for example, using the this that I showed earlier, this big explosion of healing, this does damage to enemies and heals allies, and it can hit 5 enemies and 5 allies. So if I'm in a, like, this was a map meta where we were fighting this big dragon thing and there was like 30 of us here. Basically every single second that this skill would pulse, it would find 5 friendly targets that were not 100% health and give them health, and then it would do that again every second. So it will, it's a little smart. It will find people that need healing before it goes and just like heals someone who's already full health. But it will hit 5 at a time per tick, per pulse. Don't want to be annoying, but can anyone in chat answer my doubt? What is it? I see many veteran Guild Wars 2 players have multiple characters of different gears on each of them, like how they did, how did they craft so many legendary gear? Like, did they get 500 mastery in weaponsmithing, armor smithing, etc.? Kaizen, it's just time. Like, okay, I have legendary light armor, full, that's 6 items. Legendary heavy armor, that's 6 items. Legendary medium armor, that's 6 items. 2 rings, so we're up to 20. Relic is 21. Accessories are 23. I've got 2 amulets, that's 25. I've got 2 of the backpacks, that's 27. And then I've got spear harpoon gun, that's 29. Mace warhorn, we're up to 31. Staff, I've got 2 great swords, so up to 34. Longbow, shortbow. Anyway, so I've got over 30 legendaries myself. It's just, how long have you played the game, right? I have essentially beaten the game. I play it now for the love of the game. I'm here for fun. The forbidden F word. Reddit hates it. So how do I occupy myself in that time? Sometimes I just make more legendaries. Like, when you're at the end game, you can pick whatever projects you want to work on. And if you're just focused on making legendaries and you have a lot of resources because you've played the game for a long time, it's not that difficult to just crank them out, honestly. But if you're new to the game and, you have to, like, oh, I want to make my first legendary, I don't have people that are crafting, I don't have anything in my material storage, I have no gold saved up, then it's a much bigger process, right? But it's faster, the more of that stuff you've got stockpiled. Hey, Mike, I finally hit 300 luck. What now with all the luck saving? Do I just keep using Artificer and bump it to highest luck or eat them? If you're at max passive luck, eating them does nothing. So you could condense it with the Artificer and to bigger piles.
No Name Found raided my stream with 22 viewers.
Hey, No Name, thank you for the raid. I appreciate that. We're just answering some questions from chat right now. So if you've already got 300 passive luck, which is, if we go to achievements, it's right here. You're from luck 300. Eating it does nothing. So you could stockpile it and use an Artificer to condense it. You can turn it into gold on Lunar New Year, which it's a very, very small amount of gold, but you can. And there's a few crafting things in the game that require a stack of luck. There's like a legendary or 2 that requires a stack of luck. There's a guild hall upgrade that requires a stack of luck. So there's a few niche things where having a stack ready in your bank is nice, but if you didn't have a stack ready, then it's like, oh god, because then it's like, you get it when you need it. It's more of an effort to get it when you don't already have it. With time and knowledge, it becomes easy cool. Yes, yeah. So like, it's like Kaizen. If for your very first legendary, if you have to level like weaponsmithing, the next time you make a legendary that involves weaponsmithing, you've already got that leveled up, right? So that's something you only had to do one time. There's a lot of little things like that. Recipes, if you have to acquire the recipe to make gift of dust or gift of might or gift of magic, you only have to buy those recipes once and then you've got them. So that's something that's a one-time thing. Is Hammer still good for Guardian? I don't main Guardian, but I haven't heard of anyone suddenly hating it. I think it's still fine. Thanks, brother. Appreciate it. Sure. Yeah, no problem. I'm happy to answer questions when I can. Let's see. Does it heal lower percentage people before higher, but still not 100% people? Let's talk about that. Okay, so let me get my scratch paper here. All right. You are in a pile of 50 people. You cast a heal around you that heals 5 people. Who does it heal? Okay, here we go. First, yourself, if not full. If first priority is you. You are numero uno, chat. You are the #1 most important person in the world. Never forget it, all right? Second, people in your party, max 5, that are not full. Third, people in your squad, max 50, that are not full. All right. This next one I'm not sure on. Fourth is people outside your squad that are not full. Fifth is NPCs. Actually, wait, no, I think the fifth is pets or minions in squad. And then I think sixth is pets or minions outside squad. And then seventh is random NPCs that are allied with you. I think it's like this. The order here, I'm not 100% on. Like, this might be there, but I'm not 100% certain. But I am very sure of these first 4 lines. Does squad subgroup equal party? Correct. When you are in a squad and you divide into subgroups, each subgroup is your party. And I say max 5, not because, like, okay, so if I'm in a squad, you could have 2 subgroups of 25, right? You could have, if you're doing the Titan meta, you could have 25 people in a group go to Greer and 25 go to Decima, right? The point, the reason I say that, though, is most heals in the game hit a maximum of 5 people. If you look at this giant tooltip, 4th line from the bottom, it says number of targets 5. Most heals in the game cap at 5. So you want to have, like, each group of 5 has 1 healer. That way each group of people has someone whose heals are dedicated going to them, right? Now, the second part was someone said, will it heal people that are low percent before high percent? No. For example, if you have someone in your party who is at 99% health and someone who's in your squad who's at 50% health, it will still do this order I showed. Okay? So there are times that I have healed a squad where I was in one of the groups and I was healing and I was the only healer for the whole group of 10 people. And that was occasionally an issue because if we were taking constant small damage, my heals kept hitting group 1 and group 2 never got any of the overflow. And then they were constantly, like, barely staying alive and group 1 was super healthy. So yeah, it is smart enough for all this. It doesn't care about this, though. It just basically goes, are you full? Okay, next thing. Are you full? Okay, next thing. Are you full? No? Okay, you get the heal. And that's basically how it works. It doesn't take into account how much HP the targets have other than full or not full. I believe that's correct. Yes. Thanks for the reminder, Muck. I was waiting to see if I needed luck for the new backpack. Guess I can eat the 4 stacks I've accumulated. Okie dokie. I got 81 legendaries. It really is just time investment in map gathering and buying legendary chests. Yeah. Bro, can you give me some advice for movements? Is it about face really a good option, or just holding right click will do fine? Phase, I have played the game for 9,000 hours, and I have an about face button, which you see here. I almost never use it. There is some very, very niche moments that I use it. And the reason for those, let me see. Let's see, where's a build that I can just murder here? Okay. No, where's the world one? Give me a sec. Okay, this'll do. All right, here's a build I don't really use anymore. I'm gonna equip a short bow here. I'm gonna show you something. All right, so here's a ranger skill called Quick Shot. You leap backward and you fire forward when you use it, okay? What if you are running from an enemy who's chasing you from behind, okay? If I'm doing this, I can go about face quick shot and then spin again, and I'm going forward, right? Instead of forward, back, forward, I went forward, 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 okay? Now, this is tricky, because this is like you're running forward, hold the left mouse button, about face 3, hold the right mouse button to spin back around and keep going. This took me a lot of practice. There are a few weapon skills that launch you backward. If you're really, really skilled at about face spinning, you can use them to launch you in any direction you want. Some examples: Ranger Shortbow 3, Mesmer Staff 2, I believe. Correct me, Mesmers, if I'm wrong. It launches you backward and leaves a clone. If you can about face spin with that one, you can use it to launch you forward and then just spin back around again, and you've used it to go, again, whatever way you want. So there's a lot of skills that will move you backward, but if you are good at using about face, you can use it to move forward. Other than that, I never use it. I can go weeks without hitting the about face button. It is not that important. Mostly, it's for PvP. Occasionally, you might find a use for it in PvE, but it's not often in my experience. It's not often in my experience. I hope that helps. Let's see. Also, let's see, /wiki PSNA, and I am going to copy all of this, /whisper mukluk.9082, and paste. Okay. All right, let's go to each of these. Today I learned this in About Face button. Yeah, the About Face button exists, but it's not bound by default. But if you go into the settings, you can bind it. Mine is on B, so like V is my dodge roll, B is my About Face. I can hit either of those with my thumb. Yeah, as we mentioned, it basically does this. It turns you around. Mighty Teapot has a whole video about how it works. It apparently doesn't do a true 180. It does something extremely similar. I don't know about any of that. I just know about using the trick to like use it, do a backwards movement, use it again to effectively make a forwards movement. Wait, hold on. Where is the... It's down there. It's south of me. Hiccup. There were more abilities in the past that did that. Yeah, for Ranger, one-hand sword used to have a launch you backward button. It doesn't anymore. Okay, that one. All right, Decider 8 on waypoint. Is the PSNA on GW2 timer still accurate enough? I use it on the wiki. I do not know about GW2 timer. I can't say. I already know this one. All right, give me a random one. Celestial Emblazoned Pants. Oh boy. Oh, that's the one I just did. Okay, this one is pretty close. Zealot's Draconic Pauldrons. Alright. Garenhof. Not really near a waypoint. Alright, Celestial Exalted Mantle, we already know that one. I'm just gonna get a random one. Already know that one as well. Okay, and can't sell it. Alright, bye-bye. Alright, Travelen's Waypoint. This one's west of me. Sweet and spicy butternut squash soup. Yo, isn't this one, like, really good? Can't sell it? Yeah, but just having it. Hang on. There's 8,000 for sale. Okay, here we go. Yeah, the recipe for it, the tradable recipe for it's really expensive. But I think this is used in raids. It's like half a gold each. You have it already? Yeah, I have it already, but I'm asking for you guys. I'm wondering if it's worth you guys knowing that this is available today. Like, I think this is worth grabbing. Let's see, Celestial and Blazing Hell. Hey, I didn't have that. It's worth it for me logging in now. There you go. Temperis Point. What waypoint was that one? Hang on. I think the waypoint was that one. I'm putting it in the chat right now. You can copy paste it. Check your mail. Okay, give me a minute. Okay, this one's over here to the east of me. Let's see. Zealot's Pearl Reaver. Already have it. Alright, get that thing. Nope, already have that. Alright, can we sell this? 3 copper. Yeah! Awesome. Okay. Alright, back to Mistlock. Check the mail now. Hang on. Let's see. Hazard says, what type of game is it, bro? What, Guild Wars 2? Guild Wars 2 is an MMORPG. Massive multiplayer online role-playing game. Kind of like World of Warcraft or Final Fantasy XIV or EverQuest. Okay, deposit that stuff. Throw that in the bank. We don't need that. Alright, what is this? Gift of the Feast. I saw your video this morning, and I do have the spicy mushroom recipe. Consider this a contribution to the Leggy Backpack video guide. Have a good one. Cylindria. Oh, that is very kind. I'll put this in the giveaway vault, because I already made the legendary backpack, but that's very kind of them. Thank you very much. Alright, and bop, 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 bop. Special item delivery. Oh, that's from the drops. I watched someone else for like 1 hour. I was streaming myself like the whole time. Is it in Steam? It is on Steam and Epic, and there is a standalone client. The standalone client's the most popular one because that's been available for like 10 years. The Steam and Epic are more recent. Okay. Let's see. I've only got a few minutes left in the morning stream. Let's clean up the inventory a little bit from some of the loot we got today. Amalgamated. It's filtering by containers right now. Viper's Weapon Recipe Book. I think I have all these. Yeah. Alright, just get rid of that. Let's see, time to be very responsible and drive to work while listening to Muk. Listening is fine, just keep your eyes on the road. We do not encourage bad driving in this community. Meanwhile, Charmon driving while he's got a cell phone playing Hearthstone in both hands on the wheel. Or some insanity. Alright, salvaging. Do you know any tips to level up very fast? I've got 2 things to say about that. One, it doesn't really matter because, like, there's no rush. There's not a rush to get to endgame. If you just play and just do your thing, you'll get max level really quick. Because There is so much content. Like, they never raise the max level in this game. It's not like World of Warcraft, where each expansion, the max level is 60, then 70, then 80, then 90, then 100, then 120, and then they squish it. And then, yeah, it's not like that. They don't raise the max level in this game, so there's no rush to get to max level, because the ceiling is pretty low. And then there's just a million things to do at max level. The second thing that I'll have to say about this is, yes, I do have one obscure, weird tip to give you. You know how in the world there's random neutral mobs that don't attack you, like deer and dolyaks and elk and stuff like that? There is a hidden system in the game where the longer a mob has been alive, the more XP it is worth. Up until double. And then it caps out. So if you are running around and you are killing just random neutral monsters, dolyaks, flamingos, whatever, things that normally people just skip and they run past them, they are typically worth double because they've been left alone and they've capped out their XP for so much. So if you were to not stay in one spot but run around just killing all the neutral things, you will get up to double the XP you'd normally used to. Oh yeah, chat's got another good suggestion. The Adventurer's Guide in the achievements panel is good. That's a more recent thing, so I often don't think about that sometimes. But if you go into achievements, character adventure guide, there's a lot of really easy thing in here, like dodge your first dodge. You know, stuff like that. It's basically a tutorial. There's a lot of XP for doing these things. Okay. Let's see here. Let's swap those out. And salvage the greens. Alright, and last stack of greens. Hi, how do I get Central Tyria Mastery Points? Hello, Mr. Tyrinda. Okay, Mastery Points. Alright, so Mastery Points for any region. Here's the tip. Alright, everyone pay attention if you need to know how to get Mastery Points for literally anything, okay? Click on this gear. Click Add Mastery Point Filter. Whichever one you want. Core Mastery in this case. We now have a list of everything in the game that will give you a core mastery point for Central Tyria. Skim these and look for anything that you think looks easy to you. That's it. Some of these are literally just the ones that are on the ground and you just go pick them up. Others are like, you know, go do this special thing in this special place. But this is literally a list of all the ones that you have not done that can earn you a point, and you can skim it. And also notice there's a lot here that I haven't done, and I have every mastery purchased in the game. You don't have to get them all. There's more that you can obtain than you can use, so you can be picky a little bit. All right, salvaging done. Loot is still rolling in on the right hand side. So you open green with orange tool, but why? What? Okay, so typically, Copper-Fed Salvage-O-Matic is the best one for blue items. The Rune Crafters is the best one for green items, and the Silver-Fed is the best for yellow and orange items. That's the short answer. If you want to know why all of that, here's a video that explains it right here. Let's see, un-ID yellow time. Okay, Alright, salvage yellows. Got some Lightborn collection stuff. There are some mastery points that you see but can't get no matter what. You aren't insane. They are from later stories that will show up for whatever reason. I didn't know about that. How do you get essences from salvaging? Patrick, I don't think I did. I just opened like 100 containers of loot and then started salvaging, and I think the essences were from the containers I opened. I think they were just still scrolling. Okay. We have got baubles. Are we overflowing with baubles? Oh gosh, we are. Okay, so I can clear up a few stacks from my inventory by turning baubles into bauble bubbles. For the newbies, there's different holiday currencies. Bubbles are from the Super Adventure Box, which is the 8-bit holiday. And if you have a home instance, you can set up a kind of a node, a dispenser, that gives you a couple of every currency nearly in the game every day. So even though it's not Halloween, I get a few candy corns every day. Even though it's not Christmas, I get snowflakes every day. And when they pile up, I need to do something with them. And I have got a big handful of baubles from the 8-bit holiday right now, and I need to go cash them out. Is the node from the Shadow Fruit Seed not permanent? That is correct. When you buy the Shadow Fruit Seed, it plants it. The next day you get 2 to 4, and then you choose if you want to do that again. You can either keep doing... Honestly, at this point, now that the price has settled on Shadow Fruit, keep in mind, you pay 25 gold to plant it. Then you get between 2 and 4 of that thing, right? So here's Fruit of the Shadow. Notice it's worth a little less than 10 gold. That means if you get 2 Shadow Fruit from the tree, you've lost money. If you get 3, you get a little bit of profit. If you get 4, you get a lot of profit. So it's now gamble fruit. And you need 20 of them. So you can just plant these and roll the dice and then sell them to try to make money. Up to you if you want to try. You can grow the ones you need and hope for good rolls for making the legendary if you're saving up 20 of them to make the legendary. Or you could just buy them off the TP. Buying 20 from the TP would be a little less than 200 gold. So it's up to you which you want to do now that the price has settled down. On day 1, I was encouraging people to sell them to the people that were really trying to rush it, because on day 1 these fruits were like 100 gold, but within like 48 hours they settled down to like 10 pretty rapidly. But there was like a 1.5 day window there where it was crazy profitable to just grow them and sell them.
Bring me something.
Let's see. Nope, wrong one. There we go. So this turns 250 baubles into 1 bauble bubble, so it just saves a lot of space. There we go. So that freed up 2 inventory slots. Candy corn is overflowing. Where's the Halloween guy? Candy corn cob. I'll get 2 and then deposit those. And this thing. What that animation for the text when you change region? That's an add-on that's just for fun. Finxi. I'm sending you putting a link in the chat right now. That is it. It's called Regions of Tyria if you want it. Okay, back to here. Muk, sorry, one more question. How dare you? The new relics, 3 of them say you get them through challenge modes or Janthier Mastery. I can't find the Mastery or quest for them. Any ideas? It would be easier if you tell me what exactly we're looking for. Relic. Janthier set 3 is the new ones. Acquired this relic by completing Convergence Challenge Mode Silver or from Janthier Wild's reward track. Reward tracks are in PvP and World versus World. So like if I go to PvP and I go to reward track and here's Janthier, I assume that they mean this one. Now, if we wanted to be absolutely certain, let's say you want this. I'm just going to look at this one. Relic of Bloodstone. /wiki Relic of Bloodstone. Enter. And that opens the wiki page for it. And then it'll tell you, sold by Heroic's Notary. That's a World v World vendor. And there's currency cost and requirements to buy it here. Also, reward for this achievement. So you can get it that way. Also, sometimes contained in Janthier Wild's Gearbox. Where is this box from? It's a container, blah, 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 blah. Repeatable. This is from the Janthier Wild's reward track. Yeah. Alright, so that's it. There's the achievement. There is the reward track in PvP and World v World. And there's a World v World merchant for currencies. That's it. You could also click on the item. Cool. That's nice. Alright, so there's the achievement, which is one of the 3 ways we just saw that you can get this thing.
Yeah. Would Legendary Relic be a good first Legendary to craft if I play a lot of different classes and armor classes? Okay, one, I would say that's an excellent second Legendary to craft. My recommendation to everyone for their first Legendary is the one that's free. Assuming you have the, when I say free, I mean in-game. It requires the different expansions to do it, so if you don't have all the expansions, you may not be able to do this, but I will continue explaining this. There's a link that I just put in the chat that has all the Legendary guides that I've made. And there's one that's really clickbaity. The only free Legendary, Prismatic Champions Regalia. That one right there. I just realized I need to fix that on the website. So that one is a necklace, and it is an achievement reward. Like, do a bunch of stuff, here you go. Every other Legendary in the game, you take a bunch of materials and you trade them for the Legendary. So this is the only one that you're gaining money while you work on it rather than losing money. And it's a necklace, so every single one of your characters on every single build can use it at the same time. Whereas if you make like a heavy armor helmet, only your heavy armor classes can use it. But you have to have Living World Seasons. Yes, as I was saying, you do have to have the content available to do it, but this is always my first recommendation for a Legendary. And then the Relic is an excellent second one, yeah, for sure. But that's how I would do it if I were to do it over again. Hey, Chip. What's up? Let me see if I can get him to say hi. Hey. Hey, what's up? Someone just wake up. Pit, 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 pit. Gotcha. I gotcha. He's looking around under my desk right now. Ugh. That's a cute chip. He is a good-looking chip. Okay. Finally, the one we're here for. Yes. The Relic is tedious to make, though. What was the Relic requirements? Was the Relic the one that required, like, 1 million of that dust? I think it was. Yeah. Yeah, the Relic... You're right. Let me refine one of my earlier statements. So, I want to explain why I said that wrong. The Legendary Relic is relatively new to the game. When they added it, they kind of took Legendary runes, broke off a feature of them, and made relics. So a lot of people with Legendary runes were like, yo, what the we already did all this work. And they were like, if you had a Legendary rune, we'll just give you a Legendary Relic for free when we make these. So people like me got grandfathered in, kinda, and we just got the Legendary Relic instantly and didn't have to make it. The process of making it requires essentially this one simple material, but you need like, what is something stupid? It's like 40,000 of it, right? Now, you acquire this material by just playing the game. Playing, looting, salvaging stuff, you'll start to build up a collection of it. It might be easier to just look at the guide for what you need for the Legendary Relic and go, oh, I need to save that, and then just work on something else. And then as you acquire that resource, you just kind of stockpile it in your bank until you have enough. Because that, if you try to rush it, you can just throw money at the problem, throw gold at the problem, but it'll cost a lot of money to get it all at once. And yeah, Chad is right about that. I forgot about that. Hopefully that was an understandable explanation. Muk, did you make the new Legendary backpack? Yeah, I'm wearing it right now. Hang on, I'm in the no gravity zone. I can show it off here. So here, see, it comes off your back and then gives you a ride. Yep. I don't think it looks great on Asuras, honestly. I think it probably looks best on Char. But showing it off right now because it's new. And I've got the guide, all the footage and stuff is in Noxxi's inbox. She's going to start editing the guide for this backpack tomorrow. And then that'll probably take a few days. And then, yeah, it'll be public in the near future, I hope. Thanks for the heads up back then. I think I was the fastest I don't care about gold crafting process in my career. Yeah, was it worth it? The backpack? I already had a Legendary backpack. So for me, as a gamer, no, it was not worth it. Because I already had a Leggy backpack, so I gained no features. And then it's just a matter of, well, do I think it's schmexy? On my Asura? Not really, no.
I think it looks weird. It's like, here's a char with a ledgy backpack. Do you see, like, well, also, he also looks like the Bone Skinner. That's horrifying. So, you notice the mane from the char blends with the backpack all the way down the tail. It looks more appropriate. Whereas on me, it just looks like I got back hair. So I think it looks better on char. I love the idea of it. You making a pact with the devil and he gives you a ride from time to time. I love the idea of it, but it I don't think it just, I think it works better on some races than others. Yeah, so as far as is it worth it, it's did you gain a feature you didn't have? No. Did you think it was shanksy? No. As a content creator, as a streamer YouTuber, it was worth it because I'll get a guide out of it on my channel and then that video will, you know, help other people and pay my bills. So it's worth it as a streamer for me. How much gold did you spend on the legendary backpack? Over 2,000 to rush it because I got sick of working on it. Now, to make it from scratch is like 4,000 if you just throw money at the whole thing and you don't do any of it yourself. So I did 2,000 gold worth of work myself, and then I spent 2,000 to just finish it because I was sick of it. So I went from like 9 point something K down to 6.7. Yeah, so, well, luckily I have very good spending habits, so my money just goes up and up and up and up, which allows me to occasionally do something really stupid. And that was an example of me doing something that was really stupid. Do you think the new converter tome appearing again after selecting an option is a bug? It's a bit annoying for me at the moment. I don't know what you're talking about, Lock-On. I'm sorry. Does Orax blend with the snake pants? The snake pants that give you like a dragon tail? I don't know. Have any of you tried that? I don't know if that would be two tails or just overlapping. For the legendary relic, you need 18,750 crystals, which is 10 dust each. So, 187,500 dust. Easy. Super simple. Is Herald the most popular support boon spec? I don't know about most, but I would absolutely say it is a popular support spec, for sure. Yes. But I don't know if it, like, I don't know mathematically if it's the most, you know? I haven't done a poll. Open tome, select converter, it'll appear again behind your inventory. Oh, hold on. You keep saying tome, but you're saying converter. So the wizard's tome is not converters. So wizard's gobbler is converters. Lay energy. So this is like a speech window, and this is a merchant window. So yeah, I think this is normal. Because like you could like, I could be like, use this window, and then buy something from this window, and then buy something from this window, and then just say I'm done when you're done. Yeah, I think that's okay. I don't have a problem with that. I wouldn't call that a bug. I would just call that like a design choice, and I'm okay with that choice. Oh shoot, we're gonna have to convert luck again. Oh no. Oh no. Oh man. Alright, just throw it wherever. We're gonna have to do this on the Artificer later. The luck tab's overflowing. Let's see. Absolutely love the backpack. Guess it's personal taste. Yeah, exactly. And that's a lot of legendaries. Like, there was one time that I already had a legendary, and I made a new one purely to replace it. And it was these gloves. The ones where when I enter combat, the gloves, like, erupt in spikes. And then when you leave combat, you watch the gloves, they like fold back up. I thought these were so cool. And I already had legendary gloves from PvP, but I went out of my way to make these gloves because just I thought they were really neat. And so this was a legendary that I put in time and effort for purely for aesthetic reasons. That was it. Most of the others I did just because like I both... Like, for example, I'm wearing full legendary right now, right? I'm not showing the graphics of much of it. The gloves and the boots I am. I think everything else on me that's legendary is hidden because I was happy with this. You can enter and leave combat at will. Yeah, you can hotkey it. You can make a hotkey for it to unsheath your weapon, and then you hit the hotkey again and it sheaths it. If you look in your key bindings, there's a button for it for like sheath or unsheath. I don't remember if it has a default key or not. Mine's on Alt 1. It's just something that works for me. Which gloves are those? The raid gloves? Yes. Yeah, it's the legendary medium armor gloves from raids. Perfected envoy something. Looking back, I'm super glad I decided to buy the bullet and legendary every slot across equipment items, seeing the price of mass presently. Inflation! Let's see. I think I need to make the converter a bit easier to manage. I think it's okay. I mean, yeah, it could be better. There's a lot of it. I would guess that the converter, that there's a maximum for these menus, right? Like, if I go into, what other stuff, and I go to, let me access this, like, there's 5 tabs here, but that's all World v World, raids, you know, here's, like, look how many tabs are on this. You can't have all of this stuff in a single shop window. There has to be multiple shop windows. There's just too many. Like, these 2 items alone each have almost a full thing, right? So it has to be broken up. So, like, raids is raid stuff, this is World v World stuff. That one, that shouldn't be there because I don't have that one. So I think it would be more appropriate if that wasn't there at all. Defense seals. What was this? This is from Eye of the North, I think. And then there's these things from like the Wizard's Tower and stuff like that. Yeah. So this is just one shop window, but they've separated it by region to try to make it easier for you. But yeah, honestly, I think it'll take me a while to get used to the like which clicks take me where in that window, but once I'm used to it, it'll be better. Could you kindly link the perma quickness rev build for Gathering Guildhall? Okay, hold on. It's just like, it's like 3 traits together. Hang on a second. Where is it? Where's the Revenant? There he is. Let me see if I can find it. Hold on. I don't main Rev. I'm gonna see if I can find it. If you would have to decide between Spellbreaker and Vindicator for PvE main, which would you go for? Spellbreaker. I think it's more fun. I think Vindicators look stupid. They constantly just, like, leap into the ceiling. Like, if you've got legs strong enough to leap into space every 2 seconds, just kick the guy. You would make him explode. But no. Like, from a design standpoint, I think they're dumb. Kind of like an engineer with a short bow. It's like, you had guns. Why are you using a stick and a string? Okay, where was I? Alright, so this guy. Do I have... I don't know if I still have it hotkeyed. That's Vindicator, that's Renegade. No, I don't have it hotkeyed. What was it? Okay, so first of all, for Herald, you need whichever trait gives you quickness. Looks like it's Elevated Compassion. And then there was another thing. Was it in Corruption? While maintaining an upkeep skill, your energy pips are increased, but you apply Torment to yourself every interval. So I think if you have Replenishing Despair, I think it's this, plus Replenishing Despair plus Elevated Compassion, I think you can just have quickness up permanently. Let's see, heals allies when you grant the boons. Grant boons to allies when your upkeep cost is equal to or higher than threshold. So I think with those two, and then you turn on some Herald Facets, which this is not Herald Facets right here. I would need to switch to Dragon. I think it's Replenishing Despair and Corruption, Herald with Elevated Compassion, and then go into Dragon Stance and turn on some Facets, and that's Perma Quickness, and then you just run around your guild hall or whatever. I'm pretty sure that's it. X4 says you need the Assassin Stance and Impossible Odds with Elevated Compassion, and you can do it. Okay, there you go. I would listen to X4 because I'm not a Rev main. I was trying to remember the thing, so I'll just defer to them. Okay. Awesome. Vindicators are not dumb. I'm not saying they are not intelligent. I'm saying their class is dumb. It's like, it's just boingy, 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 boingy. It's like, man, does he just constantly do that? Yeah, we've even tried bringing him into a dungeon with a ceiling. He still just crashes through the ceiling. Almost brought the whole place down on our heads. Does he ever try kicking the boss with those strong thighs of his? No, we can't get him to do it. Like, I just like, just from a design standpoint, it's silly. The Impossible Odds gives you swiftness and reduces the pips, which auto add quickness. There you go. Hi. What's up? Chip says hi, everybody. Or bye, I guess. We're about to wrap it up. All right. Chat, thank you guys for joining me this morning. I hope y'all had fun. Hope you had a smile on your face. A few plugs real quick before I wrap it up. If you're new to my channel, my name is Muck. I stream every evening and every weekday morning. I'm going to be back in about 5 hours for the evening Guild Wars 2 stream, which will have a giveaway for those interested in some free goodies. Be sure to follow me if you're watching me on Twitch. Subscribe if you're watching me on YouTube right now.
These are links to my 2 YouTube channels. There's new videos on both today. Be sure to sub to both of them if you like watching my stuff. And a special thank you to our patrons. They keep this channel alive with their support. I could not do this without them, and there's a link to that in the chat if you are interested in being one. With that, I am going to drop a raid on someone else on the Twitch side of things. And let me see who is doing Guild Wars 2 stuff right now. Let me see who we got. Let's see. Mattygon's live. Mattygon is in my chat all the time and is supporting me, and he's rated me from time to time. I don't know much about his channel. I'm about to find out. So if you guys like him, be sure to hit the follow button. If you don't like him, that's fine. We all like different things. Whatever, you know, do what you got to do. Just be nice. So I'll see you guys over there, and I will be back later tonight. See ya!